Hi there, doing a mic check.
We see you, we hear you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Richard from KCRT. Can the person who's under economic development turn on their mic? Who's under economic development?
It's Winifred. I'm
Winifred?
trying
Okay.
to
I just
stop
wanna
the
make
video.
sure you're a participant.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
I'm gonna change your name. I'm gonna change your title on the graphic.
okay.
Thank
And
you.
then, can I go back to mute?
Yes.
You don't need to see me then, right?
Not right now. Okay.
Can you change my name to Alabaster Albatross?
Who is this?
Hello, can you promote Patricia Roberts to panelist so she can test out her mic? Thank you. Patricia, you've been promoted. Do you want to test out your mic?
How about that? Sorry, it took me a while to find the unmute. Hi, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Great, thank you.
Well, I have 5 p.m. and I have 1, 2, 3 of us. I see. I see Councilmember Willis there, so that's 4. So are you ready to go, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. All right, here we go. Welcome everyone to the open session to hear a public comment before a closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Bates. Is absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson. Vice Mayor Johnson. I think he's just being promoted.
Present.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Martinez.
Here?
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Mayor Butt.
Here.
And we'll just go back to Councilmember Bates. Okay, he's absent.
Okay, would you read the agenda items, please?
Yes, during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, All Day versus City of Richmond, Sprawldev et al. Versus City of Richmond, the Guerneville Rancheria of California et al. Versus the United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there are 3 cases. And under public employee performance evaluation, the title is the city manager.
Okay, do you have public comments?
Yes, we have several speakers.
Okay, call the speakers, please.
Okay, the speakers are Sunflower Alliance, Doria, Shirley Dean, David Helvarg, Elsa Stevens, Jeannie Courts, Deborah Bayer, Tarnell Abbott, Tony Andres Soto, and the list is going. So I'll start with Sunflower Alliance. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, yeah, this is Janet Johnson of Sunflower Alliance. And I wanted to thank the council members who voted instructing the city attorney to file a brief in federal appeals court in support of the Point Mulati Alliance. And I admire them, and I urge them to continue to stand for our community and the truth in the Brown Act lawsuit. Thank you very much, and I yield my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Doria. Doria, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Doria Mueller-Beilschmidt, Richmond resident, and I too am calling or here to speak to say thank you to council members Willis, Jimenez, Martinez, and McLaughlin for instructing the city attorney to file in support of the community plan for Point Mulati. As you know, and Point Mulati Alliance, as well as many other Bay Area or Richmond organizations, as well as the Ohlone people. Thank you very much. I realize it's not over yet, but it looks hopeful by if that it's perhaps possible that our city council will lead our city with a clear, healthy vision for our future here in this city. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is David Helvar. David, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Again, my name is David Helvarg. I'm a Richmond resident. Unfortunately, Richmond tends to get sued a lot. Developers are a particularly litigious bunch, as Point Mulati's failed casino developer has proved time and again, especially after they receive backroom sweetheart deals. But even in our court system, the best legal defense is always the truth. That's why I want to thank our city council for doing what unfortunately is still too rare in government and in life, admitting when you did something wrong in the past and moving forward to correct that error. So thank you, council members Gail McLaughlin, Claudia Jimenez, Eduardo Martinez, and Melvin Willis, for doing the right thing, being courageous and bringing hope back to the people of Richmond, who might yet gain the public park and climate justice they deserve. Hasta la victoria siempre.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elsa Stevens. Elsa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Thank you, council members Jimenez, Martinez, McLaughlin, and Willis. Chevron practically gifted Point Mulati to the city of Richmond, fully expecting it to become a park. Some fast-talking out-of-towners sold the casino at Point Mulati idea to the city, but the voters said no. Then the mayor and some of his friends tried to save face by planning to build an exclusive neighborhood next door to giant gas tanks with only one tiny road in and out of the place. I hope and pray that others join the adults in this room. We do not need a Paradise, California style fire tragedy in Richmond. What we need, and Supervisor John Joya found the money for it, is a properly accommodated regional park at Point Mulati. Thank you for saving Richmond money, and thank you for protecting Richmond lives. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jeannie Courts. Jeannie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thank you. Jeannie Courts, Richmond resident. Just like the previous speakers, I would like to express my sincerest thank yous to Melvin Willis, Gail McLaughlin, Eduardo Martinez, and Claudia Jimenez, who voted to take a stand for the majority of Richmond residents by instructing the city attorney to file a brief in federal appeals court case in support of the Point Melati Alliance and other community groups who have sued the city for for voting behind closed doors on the Point Melati settlement. Please continue to stand strong in this struggle to defend what is right and just, and to keep our public land public. Let's not let greedy special interests take this jewel of a place away from Richmond residents. And let's remain hopeful that we can turn Point Melati into a regional park, which was what the public wanted during the Point Melati public planning meetings. The city chose to ignore the results of what the public wanted from those meetings. Thank you for your time, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Bayard. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I'm adding my voice of appreciation to the 4 city council members who supported the Point Melati Alliance and their attempt to stop the development at Point Melati. It never was in the public's best interest to build high-end houses there. It was just privatizing a public shoreline that we owned, and we could appreciate, and it's all too rare. So I really thank you, and I know all along this process there have been threats of intimidation. You know, oh, if we don't build the casino, they'll sue us. Oh, they sued us, and even though we kept winning, we have to submit because it's going to be too expensive to continue to go to court. And oh, now we have to build something there because that's the settlement. And oh, we signed this horrible agreement with SunCal, but they're going to sue us. And at a certain point, you have to say, I represent the public, what's best in the public's interest. And I'm really grateful that you have the courage to try to stop this process and do what's right. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Tarnell?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tarnell Abbott. I'm a Richmond resident. And I want to echo what others have said in my thanking from the bottom of my heart. Melvin Willis, Claudia Jimenez, Gail McLaughlin, and Eduardo Martinez for having the courage to stand up and support the people of this city with regards to the Brown Act issue and the Point Melati lawsuit. It is your particular charge as council members, all of you, to represent the best interests of the people of this city. That sometimes might mean that you get sued by developers. Well, you know what? We've been sued in the past, and we prevail if we have the political will and the strength and courage of our convictions to stick with the people of the city, what the people want, and what is in the best interests of the health and safety, not only of our current residents, but any future residents, which certainly if they were in a housing development at Point Melati with one access road in and out is putting lives at risk, let alone the ecological damage to the eelgrass and the wildlife that is in that area. So please stand strong, don't bow to pressure. We've got your back, and we hope you've got ours. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tony. Tony, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
This is Tony Sustak, Richmond resident. And as everybody else here, thank our city council members who are now trying to find some way to bring an end to this struggle. The safety issues with regard to Point Melati have been raised over and over again. but really, and the benefits of having it as a park. And also, also has been pointed out, this is something that it's a regional asset, and the regional park district should take it over. So it wouldn't be a liability for the city in that point. It'd be an asset for all of us who live along the East Bay shoreline. The thing that really got me about this was hearing our opponents talk about after they put this train wreck on track, accusing us of being unresponsive or not taking the financial considerations into. And of course, as people know, we out of our own pockets financed a study of what might happen out at Point Malati, and found out this could end up costing the city lots and lots of money, not making the city money. And as a Richmond resident, and thinking about how thin our budget is and how little daylight there is, or even no daylight, the prospect of engaging in some prospect where working class people in Richmond have to subsidize a private enclave was just too much for me. So thank you, folks. Be well.
Thank you. Next speaker is Andres Soto. Andres, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. I'm going to join the chorus and thank council members Melvin Willis, Gail McLaughlin, Claudia Jimenez, and Eduardo Martinez for their courage to stand up and do what's right for the public health and safety in Richmond with their vote to no longer defend the city's untenable position around the Point Malati development. That is the key role, public health and safety, that council members are sworn to pursue. And, you know, unfortunately here in the city for too many years, generations of politicians have put out a for sale sign in Richmond and have invited people to come in and exploit our community, which is the hole that we are trying to dig out of right now. And of course, the advent of the Richmond Progressive Alliance back in 2003 has provided a vehicle for developing leadership and that has knowledge and courage to be able to stand up to these forces of evil. And you know, right now we see the intimidation by Mayor Butt, head of the Familia Butt, who is going after the city manager. And it's that kind of instability in leadership that also makes it difficult to move our city forward. And so I'm encouraging you all to not fall prey to the kind of bullying tactics that Tom Butt uses consistently and periodically, and that you know, you guys continue down the pathway of standing up for what's right for the people. We can make Point Malati happen, and working together, I know we will. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sally Tobin. Sally, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Sally Tobin. I'm a Richmond resident. And I'd like to add my thanks to Gail McLaughlin, to Eduardo Martinez, to Melvin Willis, and to Claudia Jimenez for their courage and for their integrity and for their dedication to the truth. It seems that the city did make land use decisions as part of the settlement with the casino developer and with the tribe. And that settlement caused bias in the public processes that, that followed. And so it's really important to set the record straight, and I really appreciate your courage in doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Randy Joseph. Randy, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, thank you, City Mayor, council members, for being here to allow me to speak. I'm here to speak about the item of the review of the city manager's job performance. And I'm here again to reiterate my stance from last week that the city manager has mismanaged how the city is supposed to be run, has led to more morale in the city with the workers, and how her new organization chart does not fit the city, what actually makes the city work. It really disenfranchises the workers in our city, especially the Black and brown workers that work currently in the city. With this evaluation, I continue to look at her performance to make sure that she looks at all across about her attitude, how she treats other people during the city, and that she needs to be allowed to leave. And she does not represent this city. And we need to get somebody in here that cares about the city, cares about the right direction of the city, and will continue to work further to make our city a better city. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bob Mandel. Bob, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Bob Mandel.
Hello.
Hello.
The third point is the donation to NUMSA.
Bob?
Yes.
Yeah, you can go. Start.
I'm an adult education teacher in Richmond, and I'm here to voice my support for the resolution urging the district to keep the older adults program open. And in a certain way, it's very straightforward. These folks have contributed enormously over decades to the school district itself. They've parented, they've grandparented, they've volunteered, they've mentored, and they continue to do so. In addition, they've suffered greatly from COVID, both in terms of death and in terms of social isolation. It's completely the wrong time to be terminating a program that costs less than $35,000. Another point, 45% of seniors in the United States live under the poverty line. So the proposal to start doing this as a fee-based program instead of a free program is basically a proposal to exclude many seniors from it. And I will stop my remarks at that point, except to say that City Council expressing an opinion will be very, very welcome in helping to keep this open. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Mayor Butt? There are no more public speakers. You're muted.
Thank you. We are adjourned to closed session.
Thank you.
Hello, can you promote Sean Lee to a panelist, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello?
Hi, Sean. How you doing? This is Richard from KCRT.
Okay, you can hear me. All right.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Audio's good. All right.
Sounds good. Maybe tilt your camera down a little. Your camera down. We got a lot of.
You guys, that better?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. This is Richard from KCRT Television. If you're a panelist that's going to be in part of the meeting, look for the dialog box that will pop up asking you to join as a panelist.
All right, so you good, Nasiva?
Yes.
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
Your heart, can you call your husband? Not really sure.
Everything all right out there, y'all?
Okay, Madam Clerk, it looks like we have a quorum. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here.
All council members are present.
Okay, would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? I don't see any. So the next item is agenda review. Anybody want to make any changes to the agenda? Councilor Martinez.
Yes, I would like to pull I-1, and also I would like to move M2 before M1.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I-1 off consent calendar. What was it? What was the next one?
And then I wanted to move M2 before M1.
Okay, unless there's an objection, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, any other changes to the agenda? Councilmember Bates, did you want to make your your request now? Councilmember Bates?
Yes, I wanted to request that the executive session report by the city attorney be placed on the next city council agenda November 9th for a full explanation of the options that this city was presented in resolving this legal suit pertaining to Point Melody.
Okay, well, you don't have to get approval for that. You can just request it. So let the record show that you've made that request, and
right,
it will be put on next week's agenda.
And requested it with Council Member Bates as well.
That's agreeable.
So I don't know whether we need to bring it up tonight, but there was also a suggestion that the city council may want to vote to waive confidentiality on that item. So I don't know, city attorney, is that something we need to do tonight, or would we take that up next week, or what?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We would take that up next week. I will work with Councilmember Bates and Councilmember Jimenez to make sure that whatever they want to accomplish is drafted appropriately, so it's on the agenda.
Okay.
But yes, so there would need to be a waiver if you were going to go down that route.
Okay, that concludes agenda review. Next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
There were no final decisions made in closed session.
Okay, the next item is report from the city manager. And this was a report about Chevron flaring. And
Yeah, so I have sorry, go ahead.
I had a request to postpone that until 8:30. So I'm fine with doing that if there are no objections.
I think like if the city manager has some report on flaring, it's good to have it right now, because the community has been really interested in knowing that, especially when they had seen a lot of fires from Chevron. So
Well, look, unless the council overrules me, I'm going to postpone that until 8:30, which is about it's 40 minutes from now. Okay. All right. So
but it's a decision to not allow the city manager to and the public to know about Chevron is good.
okay, so the next item is abatement report from the Public Works Director.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, KCRT, if we could put up the slide deck for this agenda item. That would be fantastic. As a reminder, this is our monthly update of abatement efforts that have been undertaken by both staff and community partners. Next slide, please. We did do a neighborhood cleanup at Hilltop Green on October 2nd, which seems like forever ago, but had quite community involvement. You can see some dumpsters, heavy equipment by Public Works abatement staff. Next slide, please. Total tonnage collected about 7.5 tons from Hilltop Green. We also did provide some assistance to senior citizens as well as some disabled folks, and collected almost 3.1 tons there for a total of nearly 10.6 tons. Next slide, please. Did also mitigate some illegal dumping in various areas around the city. Next slide. And some encampment abatements in various locations. Next slide, please. With a total of illegal dumping, a total of almost 135 tons, 6 encampments that were mitigated, nearly 16.5 tons for a total of 151.3 tons. Next slide, please. Also responded to some emergency after hours calls of vandalism where people vandalize storefronts, and so staff comes in and boards up those storefronts so property owners can take care of it the next day. Next slide. As well as graffiti removal. Again, this is for the month of October. 480 tags removed in 160 locations. Next slide. As well as some of our partnerships with Chevron. They did have a cleanup day on the Greenway. And so some of their staff came out and helped with some planting and collecting of some trash. Next slide. And with that, I will field any questions you might have.
Are there any questions from council members?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
Let me first compliment the Public Works for doing a better job in terms of trying to clean up the city. It's evident by the slides that you have presented that your staff has been heavily involved in doing the best possible. However, for the last month, I have repeatedly complained about a site on 23rd Street as you come up underneath the BART freeway on the left-hand side across from GRIP, a homeless encampment that is on either the state property or the city property or private property. I don't know how often I have to bring this to your attention, but it needs correction. There's also mattresses on the freeway, not the off ramp, there on Cutting and Canal. It's been there for 2 to 3 weeks. It just seems to me as you drive around this city, you see debris and mattresses and etc. Just stop and pick it up. And other than that, continue to doing the very fine work you've been doing. I appreciate it. I know the council appreciate it and the community appreciate it. But let's try to be a little bit more vigilant as we drive around, we see things. Just pull over, pick it up, throw it in the truck and keep on trucking. Thank you and keep up the good work.
Thank you, council member. I think that's a good quote for all residents. I think city staff as well as all residents could take that to heart, I think.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, I want to thank you, Mr. Leach, for the work that you've done. I've talked to a lot of people who work under you, and I've gotten praise for the amount of work that you've done, and also praise on your ability to get things done that the former person who had your position wasn't being done. I know that your job is difficult because you're understaffed, and as a council member, I promise I will do my best to make sure your department is staffed so adequately so that you can do what needs to be done. With that being said, I do have a question, because we know that until we solve the houseless issue, we're going to have encampments throughout the city. And if we move an encampment, it only means that they're going to go somewhere else. So I also know that during the rain, their situation was ultra difficult, and the rain actually created more garbage by ruining things that the houseless community had, considering that they had no place to keep it out of the rain. So attention has been brought to me about an encampment behind the Target, and I was wondering, we've been paying attention to Ryden Road and to Castro, and I was wondering what sort of help we've been giving the other community that has been under the radar behind Target. And I also want to say that you have your hands full with the city, and we need to make sure that we have Caltrans take care of the freeways, and we need to have the BART take care of their properties.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Martinez, for the kind words. I'll make sure that I, talk to the 2 people that you spoke to that were singing in my praise. So with that said, I think it was a couple sessions ago that we did make a presentation about, I think, what's affectionately called Targetville, which is the area behind Target. That Collaborizing, they're a local group that was involved with, I would say, marshaling a lot of resources, Yellow Sack, Home Depot, to name a few, that were engaged in mitigating a lot of debris. I don't remember how many tons were picked up from that area. CORE was involved as well, the county's services that provide engagement, one-on-one engagement with the unhoused. So I would say that, you know, that area has received a lot of attention in the last month or so. But I think as you are very well aware, that it's, you know, we do what we can with the resources that we have. I think my goal is to kind of begin to document those in a digital form, so that we can present those to the council and the public, the level of effort that's done in various areas around the city. But thank you.
Any other questions from council members?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear, we have been talking about the vacancies, and we asked for a weekly report, but I didn't see in this agenda. So for you, how many vacancies do you have right now?
Well, I can tell you the most significant vacancies are in, you know, we've got, I think, vacancies in each of our divisions, but I believe the Human Resources Department is doing an exceptional job, at least on behalf of Public Works, to fill vacancies. We may be down to maybe half a dozen, but one of our more significant vacancies is our senior civil engineer. That's probably one of the more significant vacancies that has a ripple effect on a variety of divisions and operations, as well as development. So we're in the process of figuring out a different model. I think that there is a challenge right now with hiring engineers of that skill set, because they're in incredibly high demand, both in private and public sector. So yeah, I can tell you that we're still progressing and trying to figure out how to fill that, whether it's through underfilling or finding consultants to provide staff augmentation. But thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council members? I might remind, if the public wants to comment on any of these staff reports, they can do it during open forum. So with that, we will move to open forum, the next item.
Next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity for the public to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. You may also use this time to comment on the city manager and the public work director's reports. If you wish to speak on an item listed on the agenda, please wait for the item to be called for discussion. Also, please keep your comments respectful. This meeting is a live recording with closed captioning being viewed by many, including very young people. So thank you for choosing your words accordingly. And now, Jaswara, please call the speakers.
Sure. Right now I have 8 speakers. I have Tarnell Abbott, Helen Barnett, Amy Aldridge, Don Gosney, Deborah Bayer, Andres Soto, Mark Wasberg, Mike Parker, and the list is growing. I will start with Tarnell Abbott. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tarnell Abbott. I'm a 30+ year veteran of resident of Richmond, and a former librarian of 22 years duration at the Richmond Public Library. I'm concerned about a number of things, including the fact that the CyberWeb was not functional over much of the weekend, which makes it extremely difficult for the public to know the details of what's going on in the city, and looking at the agenda and the attached documents where you constantly get error messages. I know the city is in the process of switching, but Meanwhile, maybe you need to think about some other way to keep your constituents informed. So that's my big beef for today. I also, again, would like to thank council members Melvin Willis, Claudia Jimenez, Gail McLaughlin, and Eduardo Martinez for respecting the people's right to know with regards to the Brown Act and the Point Mulati issue. And this is why there is a lawsuit, because the city did not follow proper did not allow proper public participation in that process when they made a deal behind closed doors, the prior city council. So thank you guys for your courage. Hold strong, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Helen Barnett. Helen, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
No, first I wanted to thank Captain whatever, how can I say, Interim Chief Louis Tirona for giving the information on the sideshow and the donuts. That was appreciated. The other thing that I also wanted to thank were the individuals who worked on fixing the light at is it Hilltop Drive and Shane Drive. But that being said, I also want to just also let Mr. Bates know that there are, in my block of Moyers Road and Hilltop, we have 4 people who are roughly your age. I think one of them's getting ready to turn 90 and 3 of them are like basically 4 years under your age. So that being said, but my biggest concern goes to Mr. Johnson and to Mr. Parker and some of their comments they made last week about the sideshows and the donuts, and the fact that I think they even though Mr. Johnson voted for it, I don't think he understands the day-to-day life. And especially for somebody, I'm guessing, for a person who could be 90 to 85 years old. And so if I'm driving and I'm that age, and then we look at the numbers we talked about last week of roughly close to 1,000 calls for reckless driving, which would break down to Hilltop area, which is 50%, which is 500, roughly 500 calls, which then breaks into a year's time, roughly 1 a day or sometimes 2 a day. Then I think if I'm an 80-year-old person driving and I'm dealing with that mentality and I'm trying to just have a normal life, I don't know how that plays out. So I think Mr. Parker and Mr. Johnson, and I know Mr. Parker's an RPA guy, he doesn't value the community.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Amy Aldridge. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Amy Aldridge. Okay, I will move on to the next speaker for the moment. I'll take Don Gosney. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, it hasn't been as well publicized as it should be that Hilltop Mall has been sold to Prologis, who plans on renovating the site. There's every indication that aside from utilizing union construction workers to develop the site, this should be a huge boon for the community and especially for Richmond's economy. Bringing in more than 1,000 permanent jobs, places to shop, places to work, and places to live on top of much needed tax revenue would seem to be a win-win for our community. It bothers me when I see and hear about elected officials who, although acting on their own, are suggesting that they speak not only for the entire council, but also for the entire community. They're telling Prologis what they will be allowed to build, how it will be built, and who they will be required to employ. And we're also hearing about attempts to get Prologis to spend ungodly amounts of money to stay on the good side of elected officials by financially supporting their pet projects. When an elected official that can be the swing vote on whether a project receives their permits, privately puts pressure on a developer, it's unethical. Maybe someone can explain how this is not extortion, where a powerful representative of the public suggests a substantial and sizable contribution to a pet project of that representative, when it's clear to everyone that if that request is denied, that permit may be denied or delayed, costing the developer millions of dollars and maybe even costing the city millions of dollars in attorney fees when yet another well-heeled, well-financed developer sues us. What I'm seeing is coercion under the color of authority, and that's a textbook definition of extortion. Arose by any other name, blah, blah, blah. On another subject, sooner or later, this council and all of the employee unions need to look at the mirror and ask why so many qualified department heads, top employees, and even city managers are finding Richmond such an unpleasant place to work. When you push all of the qualified people away, what you end up with are the people no one else really wants to hire. And how many more city managers can we afford to pay to go away? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah Baird. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. This is Debbie Bayer, Richmond. And it was really timely. I really appreciate the presentation we got from Community for a Better Environment last week on hydrogen and understanding the production of hydrogen, because not more than a few days after that, I got a big mailing, I'm sure everybody else did too, from Chevron talking about hydrogen production and how they're really thinking about the future and climate change. And these are the wonderful practices they're putting in place. One, mostly they said it's going to be gray hydrogen. And because of the presentation last week, I knew that gray hydrogen was just the same carbon greenhouse gas causing thing. So that was no change and no attempt to try to reduce carbon. And the second one was blue carbon. And I knew from the presentation then that that's still some sort of science fiction dream. Nobody's really figured out how to do that financially and make it possible. And then the third hydrogen that they were promoting, and they showed a big picture of a huge field in Richmond full of solar panels, was green hydrogen. But once you looked at it, you saw that even though that field was enormous, the amount of electricity Chevron was planning to make from solar was a tiniest fraction of the amount of hydrogen that they're producing that does contribute to greenhouse gases. So I wish Chevron well. I'm glad we have the business in town, but that's what is called greenwashing. And I wouldn't have been able to really parse that out without the presentation. So thanks to the council for giving us that information and forewarning us in advance.
Thank you. And I will try to come back to Amy Aldrich. Amy, please unmute yourself. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
I got it. I figured it out. Thank you for coming back to me. I am an older adult teacher at the adult school. I'm actually the physical education teacher. And I've run a couple of classes that are so beneficial for seniors that I do not want you to overlook them. I sent a letter that's full of wonderful facts. And what I'm working with here are the two items top in my mind, which are isolation and osteoporosis. And both of them are very dangerous to the older population. We can't afford to lose this program. So I'm hoping that you will adopt the resolution that's before you tonight, which is item 6 on the agenda, and make sure that this older adult program at this school gets refunded. And also to make sure that Gavin Newsom understands how important this is to add to the master plan for aging. And so those are my things that I needed to bring before you this evening. So thank you very much for listening. And I hope you've had a chance to read my letter. Thanks again.
Thank you. Next speaker is Andres Soto. Andres, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, thank you. And the Hilltop Mall is an interesting situation because that used to be a Chevron, when it was still Standard Oil, California tank farm. In fact, one of the nicknames for Contra Costa College used to be Tank Farm Tech. And after the African American uprising in 1966 and the second one in 1968, the Chamber of Commerce got together with Chevron, and they not only dismantled the tank farm and plowed much of that toxic soil into the ground before they built it, but they also worked to abandon downtown Richmond and create McDonald Avenue into a ghost town, just as the city was becoming an African-American majority town. And so we've had that legacy of the Hilltop Mall never really succeeding and then getting beat out by Pinole. And, you know, the idea of turning it into a massive logistics center is only going to really create more pollution unless there's some kind of demand that all the vehicle fleet there be completely emission free. And so I have not, I don't know what your conditions are going to be if this project even goes forward, but to put a heavier burden of traffic on some of the streets like the Richmond Parkway between Hilltop and San Pablo Avenue, excuse me, between 80 and San Pablo Avenue, that street is constantly in need of repair because of heavy trucks that are on there. And that's only going to be exacerbated by projects like a logistics project. Richmond is turning into a logistics center. All you have to do is look at North Richmond, and this is going to have tremendous environmental burden and impact that I think the whole city needs to discuss this prior to any kind of approval of these kind of projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, this project up on Hilltop is blackmail by Glenn McLaughlin and the criminals on the RPA. This is what they're doing. If they don't get the money from these people, that they're not going to get the contracts, they're not going to get the permits. They did the exact same thing to Chevron, because Chevron was going to modernize their plant. They said, no, you're going to have to start creating these programs and that Richmond promise, or you're not going to get the permits to do it. Now, you see how this psycho pig McLaughlin operates? She's a manipulator. She's totally breaking the law. If there was an investigation, they will send that pig to jail and her other RPA members. This is what she's doing. She's blackmailing the people, the contractors, and businessmen. If you don't give us what we want, then you're not going to get the permits. That's 100% blackmail. Now, in 1968, after the riot, after Martin Luther King, after the riots there, that's when Richmond went downhill. They almost burned down the entire city down there in Central. So you can't blame anybody else but the Black community burning down their own city. Now, Andy Soto's trying to make like, oh man, they're being prejudiced against Black people. It wasn't that. It was the riot when they burned down the furniture store, Travellini's, and then it started getting worse and worse and worse. You see what I'm saying? And now you got these idiot RPA sympathizers. They're playing with the game. Oh, we got to have emission-free vehicles. We got to have this and we got to have that. If you don't, you're not going to get the permits. You see how these people, Soto and his cronies and the RPA, you see how these people operate? Bunch of flat-out lies by Soto. It was the Black community that burned down Travellini's. They totally almost burned down Central. But do you blame them?
Time has expired. The next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Mike Parker. I want to call attention to item I6 on the consent calendar. It's going to pass. It's not controversial, but it's very, very important. And I want to urge people not only just to vote for it, but to take a good look at it and then to write letters themselves to state officials, Governor Newsom, State Superintendent of Education, Tony Thurmond, and the rest. Basically, it provides for adult education for our senior citizens. And that's something very important. People don't know that, but about 45% of seniors live below the poverty line in Richmond. For a very small amount of money, the adult education program has been running programs that help adults basically with their health, and by basically keeping them mentally active, it helps them stay alive and stay vital for the remaining years of their lives. So it's a very cheap program, but somehow it's gotten lost through the cracks. So please write the WCCUSD Board of Education, because they're part of the decision-making in this, to maintain this program, even while we're asking Governor Newsom and we're asking state legislators to make sure that this program is fully funded. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Randy Joseph. Randy, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Randy Joseph, Richmond resident. I want to thank you, the council and the mayor for letting me speak. I want to bring up a situation I think we still need to talk about, and it's about the unhoused population in this city. And we need to find creative ways to get people off the street and into homes. And I was looking at, we always do the same thing, or we have to build shelters, or we have to do this, or we have to do that, but it never solves the problem of the unhoused, to get them permanent housing, to get them off the street. And I urge the council and the mayor to come up with different ways and try different things to try to get unhoused people into homes. And I think for one suggestion will be that is to actually find programs to get people in the housing, and housing first. I think people do not understand the value of having housing, because with housing, it leads to making sure that people get jobs, because you need an address for most people to get jobs. You need support and a stable foundation to make sure that people have the support to do other things, like to get mental health services, just the help they need, or to get drug rehab services that they need. So, but it's housing first. And studies have shown that with the housing first model, that you save money by doing this. It costs more money to do what we're doing now than to put people in housing and to support people that way. So this is an issue that's near and dear to my heart. And I feel like we need to make sure that we're continuing to do this process to get community members off the streets and into housing. And I want the city council and the mayor to look at a housing first program, because it has shown that it's cheaper and it's easier, and it turns into success stories all across the nation. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. On September 15th, 2021, the governor signed into law AB 361, an urgency measure which largely continues the executive orders allowing for remote meetings. The governor subsequently issued an order making the provisions effective beginning October 1st. AB 361 contains several requirements in order to continue the use of remote meetings, including that the council must consider the factors to continue remote meetings every 30 days. Last week on October 26th, the council voted for the first time to extend their ability to continue meetings for 30 days, which, as I would understand it, would have covered the month of October. We are now into November, and as such, I would like the city attorney to clarify for the public why there is not another new vote tonight to cover the next 30 days proactively, as all other public bodies are doing in the Bay Area. Importantly, the community wants to see this council go to a hybrid format, whereby the council and key staff are present at City Hall, and the community and other participants can participate remotely via Zoom. As I have stated several times in other city council meetings, the community is tired of council members shutting off their videos for the vast majority of the meeting and believe this is in clear violation of the Brown Act. The mayor uses this to state at the beginning of the meeting that it looks like a quorum has been met so that the meeting can begin. Having cameras live is the only way for the public to know whether or not quorum has not only been met, but is being maintained throughout the course of the meeting. Moreover, we are tired of watching council members talk to their spouses or be on their phones or computers throughout the course of the city council meeting. None of these actions are allowed when you're on the dais at City Hall, and they should not be allowed by Zoom. The best way to respect the public and bring decorum back to the dais is to commence hybrid meetings, and this should happen as soon as possible, just as with other public boards. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next speaker is Pam Stello. Pam, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Thank you. I just want to say thank you to councilmen members Martinez, Jimenez, Willis, and McLaughlin for your vote to tell the truth in the Brown Act legal pleadings. The closed door vote on the Point Mulati settlement committed the city to the mayor and Jim Levine's development plan for Point Mulati before the public could participate. They did this so there could be no public discussion as required by law that would have made public then the immense financial, human, and environmental health risks of this plan. And no discussions of alternatives were allowed that would mitigate or avoid these impacts to our city. The city then used a settlement agreement to limit public participation in the public planning meetings. Public input had to support their housing plan or would not be taken into consideration by the city. The closed session vote and limitation of public input is a direct violation of democracy, the public interest, public trust, and the law. The general plan was approved contingent on an open and public planning process for Point Mulati before any land use designations could be voted on by the city. The law was broken. You are not contracted to lie for the developer. You now can tell the judge, we are bound to tell the truth. We told the truth. We have nothing to hide. Thank you for your courage in standing up for the rule of law and for the public interest. It's truly a profile in courage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mala Malebashan. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Mala Malebashan. If you could please unmute yourself. Okay, I will come back to that speaker. I'll move on to Bhavin Khatri. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good afternoon or good evening. This is Bhavin Khatri. I'm also the president of the Hilltop District Neighborhood Council. I'm calling to talk about the Hilltop site as well. As some of you are aware, we recently reestablished Hilltop District Neighborhood Council, and also heard rumors that the city council wants Prologis to pay for various pet projects throughout the city. Our number one focus is to make sure Hilltop site gets redeveloped as per the existing zoning, and not focus on what we can squeeze out of Prologis. Hilltop has been neglected for far too long, and we want to ensure that this opportunity at Hilltop isn't derailed. The Hilltop community wants residential, retail, entertainment, and open space and parks at the new Hilltop site. And we urge the City Council to support this vision. In addition, I also want to encourage the City Council to approve the consent calendar item for the Hilltop specific plan. We want to make sure the work gets underway, as we're really tired of looking at Amazon trucks in the Hilltop parking lot. With that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will come back to the speaker, Mala Malebashan. If you could please unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Mala Malebashan. Okay. So that was the last public speaker. I'll move on to Council Member Bates.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As most of you are aware, I was been ill with a cold and laryngitis for the last couple of weeks. But I want to speak to a meeting that happened 2 weeks ago, in which I was observing, and I was quite embarrassed at the behavior of our council, in particular Councilmember McLaughlin, toward the mayor, and disrespecting and continuously interrupting him. Now, both the mayor, McLaughlin, former mayor, and I have both been mayors, and we know how difficult it is to run a meeting. And other council members, I'm quite sure, have had leadership roles in a similar situation. But the mayor continually not only interrupting the mayor, but the vice mayor as well. And that's, in my opinion, is totally disrespectful. Even in the executive sessions, some of this situation occurs. And I want to commend Councilmember Willis, Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Martinez, and as well as Councilmember Jimenez for being respectful and waiting for their opportunity and time to speak. We also recognize that with the kind of meeting that we are focused upon, it's impossible for the mayor or the clerk to know who is next to speak. So be patient. Allow the mayor to conduct the meeting, and each one of us are going to be called upon before a vote is being taken so that we can speak. So those are my concluding positions. And I want to thank all of those individuals who call in and thank me and recognize my illness and wish me the very best of success. And if you don't believe what I'm talking about on the council meeting 2 weeks ago, I suggest you go back, look at it, and view it for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, the next item is the consent calendar.
I'll move the consent calendar, Mr. Mayor.
And we've only taken one item off. That's item
I1.
Item I1 is off of the consent calendar. So who was the motion by?
Johnson.
Vice Mayor Johnson. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Second by Martinez. Would you call the roll, please?
Is that Martinez or Councilmember Willis?
I believe that was Willis.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Bates.
Martinez can have it.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So it's 2 minutes before 8:30. I think this would be a good time to bring the city manager's report back. Are the Chevron people here, city manager?
Yes, Mayor. And I have a couple of items too, and then I'll frame the Chevron report and we will go from there.
Okay, you're on.
Thank you. Wanted to remind folks that there are all kinds of job opportunities and all kinds of training and all kinds of help available through our Richmond Works program. We, in particular, are continuing to hire youth in the community for a variety of things. Salaries are at least $15.21 an hour. And we also are having a virtual veterans fair. Marine Clean Energy has internships. There's quite a number of things, including a case management navigator. So there's all kinds of support through there. There's also 2 grant programs that are available through ICA. One of them is for folks that have early stage businesses and one is for later. And this is particularly designed to close the racial and gender gap by assisting businesses that are owned and operated by people of color and women. So these are opportunities to be funded with either $50,000 in investment if you're an early stage company, or up to $500,000 in investment if you've already shown that some potential for your business. So I think the other thing I wanted to mention is craft kits that are available through our library. There are ones specifically for kids and specifically for adults. So if you want to be making something nifty, they have a couple that are, one is Thanksgiving themed and another one is holiday themed. So check out the library and the craft kits that you can get for free from there. So with that, I wanted to let you all know that we had an unusual round of flaring recently from Chevron. And so I have asked Chevron to address what they know about that, because also we have folks who are were reporting odor. So that was a difference this time compared to other flaring incidents that are done for safety. So with that, I'm going to ask that representatives from Chevron try and shed a little bit of light on what's been happening over the past few days.
Good evening, City Council. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Patricia Roberts. I am the process safety manager, the outgoing process safety manager for the Richmond refinery. I've worked for Chevron in Richmond for the past 30 years. I'm a chemical engineer by trade. So I wanted to first say thank you guys for having us. We appreciate you guys letting us come and talk to you about this. And also thank you for letting us shift the schedule around. My son thanks you so that I could go and pick him up from work. So normally we only want to come to the city council with good news. So I am sorry to have to come to talk to you guys about an incident. I understand that there's a lot of community concern about flaring and the noise and the visual impacts that it makes. So I first wanted to start off talking just a little bit about flaring and what it is. So flares are essential safety devices that work by burning off any of the excess gases that build up in the pipes or the equipment. It works kind of like your kitchen stove in that when the gases go to the flare, the pilot light ignites and burns it off, just like your gas, if you have a gas stove, how it works. Flaring can occur during startup and shutdown, or when the plants aren't operating exactly like during an upset condition. This ensures that the equipment continues to operate in safe modes of operation. So like I said, it's a safety device. It's highly regulated. We've got some of the most stringent rules in the nation, and the air district permits our flares. My colleague Laura Leeds is going to talk a little bit more about that. But I did want to reiterate that operating the refinery safely and reliably is our #1 priority to protect our workforce and the community around us. We never want to flare. We do everything that we can to avoid it. And when we do have to flare, we try to stop as fast as possible. Now, there are times during refinery operations where there are conditions that trigger flaring. Like, for example, during the loss of power or loss of steam, this can lead to conditions that make us need to send stuff to the flare. So unfortunately, last Sunday during the rainstorm, we experienced loss of power. We experienced some of our plants that produce power had issues, as well as plants that produce steam. And so this resulted in us having to send things to the flare while we safely shut down some of the units, as well as intermittently send things to the flare while we have been starting things back up over the past week. We are investigating the cause of the initial incident, as well as what's happened over the past week and a half, and this information will be available in public reports. I did want to speak a little bit to the history that we've had over the past 15 years. We have done a lot of work to try to reduce the flaring. We spent tens of millions of dollars on equipment that will help us to reduce the amount that we need to send to the flare. And so we really appreciate you guys' patience and support as we continue to work to get back to that flaring performance from our past. So with that, I'm gonna kick it to my colleague Laura Leeds to talk a little bit about the air quality impacts. So Laura.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi, I'm Laura Leeds. I've been with Chevron at the Richmond Refinery for 17 years. I'm a mechanical engineer by trade, and I'm the incoming process safety manager. So I'll be working closely with Patricia to bridge any gap in work there. I would like to touch a bit on air quality. So Patricia already mentioned the kind of purpose of our flares, as well as when we would need to use them and what's taken place recently. And so I would like to touch briefly on our air quality. Our health, safety, and environmental team works to ensure that the refinery meets regulatory requirements for air quality. We use air monitoring to understand neighborhood air emissions and increase transparency. Chevron Richmond funds an independently operated community air monitoring program. In addition, there's several other public and private sources for air monitoring data that the community is also able to access. During these flaring events, air monitoring and weather data is analyzed to inform decisions related to the public health. In addition to our robust system of continuous fence line and community air monitors, Chevron and sometimes county and city personnel use mobile monitoring equipment to assess air quality in the areas surrounding the refinery. We are aware of several odor complaints around Richmond over the last 3 weeks. We take these inquiries seriously and we investigate them. Throughout this time frame, Chevron and various regulatory agencies took numerous air quality measurements throughout the community. Our readings were all under key detection limits and well below health standard limits in our surrounding neighborhoods. While we and other local businesses have not been able to pinpoint the source of any of the reported offsite odors, it is something that we watch closely. From my experience, I believe Richmond's air is some of the most highly monitored in the region. I encourage people to read the overview of the extensive air monitoring data available for the Richmond area that was compiled as a part of the AB 617 process. It's available on the Air District's website. As Patricia mentioned, our #1 goal is to keep the refinery running safely and reliably to protect our workforce and the community we operate in. We thank you guys for your time tonight, and we would like to open it up for questions. We did want to share, we did lose one of our experts due to a longer than expected closing session, so hopefully we'll be able to address any questions you may have.
So we'll open this up to questions from council members, and then we're also going to have public comment afterwards. So Councilmember Willis, you go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming out and reporting. Just speaking personally, seeing the rain and then just seeing flames in the air one day, then wake up the next day, more flames, and wake up in the middle of the night, text messages at 3 a.m. talking about more flaring, people reporting odor. It's kind of a little hard not to be concerned. I guess one of the main questions, and you kind of touched on this, but maybe if you can go a little bit deeper on this. For the folks that were smelling odor, I'm just asked bluntly, do they have anything to worry about? Because I know something smells also contain hazardous things that are not good for the body. And just looking at a chemical plant that literally burns and refines fuel and people breathing in something that's being burnt out, I'm really concerned about people's health and respiratory systems or whatever other conditions may be. So could you explain if the public actually has anything to worry about, who have been downwind from the flaring as the winds are blowing and even been close enough to actually smell the odor?
Sure, I can comment on that. So as I mentioned, we did have lots of people go out and do community air monitoring with like physical devices in their hand. And we did that in partnership with the county, with the city, fire department as well. Our own fire department personnel went out to various locations and did the monitoring in addition to like the site monitors that we have in place. And nothing was in any detectable limits that would be of concern for folks and their health. Everything was below the key health limits that are out there listed. So I don't feel that anybody should be concerned about their health because there was nothing detectable. Everything was underneath those health limits.
Okay, one last question. Is it possible for the benefit of the council or maybe at a future meeting for the public to actually present the information on air quality limits, like what is the threshold that for there to be concerns and what were the detectable limits that were actually produced, and if the county has any data? Because I can appreciate that there was nothing over any detectable limits to cause concern, but I personally don't know what those detectable limits are. So I would like to just kind of see like what does that actually mean, like on the chart, just for information standpoint. Is that possible at all to get some of that information together just to show us like what is the limit and where did those limits reach during the course of this week-long flaring or the on and off flaring that happened in the past week?
Sure, yeah. I mean, one thing to remind folks on the call, and then I can share, or we can share as well, is that we have all of our Richmond air monitoring data is available on a website. I know it's linked on the county's website, just because I was looking at it pretty much all for the last like week and a half. So all of that information is there and all of the limits are in that website. So we can share that link, but of course we can get some additional data to you if need be and present that information.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're muted, Mayor.
Sorry about that. Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the explanation. And I have a question. Why had the flaring increased since the modernization project? And first response to that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Why has flaring increased since the modernization project?
Hold on just a minute. This was something that so I'm not sure that, I do know that we had more flaring in 2019 and 2020. We have reduced since then. That was primarily related to startup activities at the modernizations project. So since that's done, we no longer have that flaring. So does that answer your question?
No, it doesn't, because it seems like we have more and more flaring, and it's not just like it's the county, and that, like, for instance, like talking to Supervisor Joya has been saying that the data about Chevron used to be less having less issue with flaring than compared to the other refineries in the county, but now Chevron has the highest flaring issues compared to the other refineries in the county. So, and it seems that has increased since the modernization project.
So I do know that we did have some increase during the modernization project startup period, but what we've experienced on Sunday, which is what we were here to talk about, has nothing to do with the modernization project.
Well, it's not only what happened on Sunday is one issue, but it has happening, and because I have a lot of residents taking picture of the big flames that and people are worried about it. So it's not happening like the difference. It was the odor, which also has people were worried about that. But flaring has occurred with the same flames, big things. So people are concerned about that, and it's not that it happened casually. It happens a lot, and I receive in my phone every time that there is an incident, and it could be level 1, but also other levels. So I just since that, like, from the community perspective, since that is more, it has increased.
Yeah, and I really do appreciate that, and I appreciate the concern that the community has over it. And so I do just want to say that we have a strong history of reducing our flare activity. And, you know, we did experience flaring during the modernization project startup period, and that's complete now. And so what's happened, you know, at the end of last year and now is some maintenance activities. And then what we are talking about tonight is the storm-induced activities. So we will work to reduce our flaring activity to address the community's concerns. So thank you for your question, Councilor.
Yeah, and also, like, my last thing is the Bay Area Air Quality Management voted for you to for Chevron and the refineries to put a good technology like the web scrubbers to reduce pollutants in the air. When Chevron is planning to install that?
Yes, I think that's something completely related, and we're unrelated to the flaring that we're talking about tonight, and we are looking at options. Thank you.
So the option, yeah, but the Bay Area Air Quality Management voted requiring Chevron to install this better technology to reduce pollutant in our air. And this is like, my question is about increased flaring, and then my question is about how when Chevron is planning to put that technology, so we get more less worry about this flaring, and less worry that our air is contaminated with toxic pollutants. So I just wanted to see, like, that happened, that the back voted, and now Chevron, when is Chevron going to follow that rule?
So I understand, Councilor Jimenez. Thank you for the question. I do just want to say that what you're asking about is completely unrelated to the flaring. just for the group, right? So that they understand. And we are in discussions with the Air District on how best to comply with that Rule 6.5 that is requiring a wet gas scrubber. So thank you for your question.
Okay, well, we hope that Chevron does the best to put the best technology there, so we get less pollutants in our air by you guys. Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin, please. Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yes, I recall going back to, I think it was 2003, so it's quite a while back, but there was a groundbreaking flaring rule that was championed, I know, by West County Toxics Coalition, Communities for a Better Environment, and other environmental justice organizations. My question is, are you familiar with this flaring rule? And where is this level of flaring? How does it dovetail? Because I can tell you that, I get these notices as well about the flaring, and it is far more than it has been in years past. So with Chevron having all this additional flaring, it seems to me that it's out of compliance with the flaring rule. And I was wondering if you can tell me if you have examined whether or not you are out of compliance, or if you can look into that and what we would demand is that you come into compliance.
So thank you for your question. I have to say that I'm not familiar exactly with what you're talking about. What I do know is that we have reduced our flaring emissions significantly over the past 15 years, and it is something that we calculate, so it's something that we can answer, but I don't know specifically what rule you're talking about.
Okay, it's called the Bay Area Flaring Control Rule. It may have been updated since then, but it was quite groundbreaking at the time. And at that time, I don't recall the level of flaring that we have now. So, if you say you reduced it, you may have at one point, but now it's coming back to heavy flaring again. And so we need to really address this. You need to address it. We need to follow up. I will follow up and find out where that flaring law is at, and what the provisions of it are, and reach out to you after that.
Yeah, so just a couple of comments that I will make is that, we comply with all applicable regulations that come into our permit. So we don't have the health, safety, and environmental manager on the call tonight. He had to drop off due to the delay to go take his son to a scouting event, but we're happy to answer the question that you have with more specific information. But I know that we fall within all of the regulations that are in our permits, but we're happy to answer your question and get back to you.
Okay, let's see. Any other council members have? Councilmember Martinez, go ahead.
Yeah, you say that you fall within all of the regulatory provisions, and with the amount of flaring that we see, it tells me that maybe those provisions aren't strict enough. Seems like we need to be a little more stringent on what we expect from Chevron. And you also keep saying you've reduced flaring in the past 15 years. That's a large period of time. So would you be able to say that you've reduced flaring this year from the previous year?
So I don't have a trend in front of me, but we're happy to get back to you and answer those questions. And I'll tell you that we want to do better.
I know. I'm not saying that you're criminal or that you're evil or that you don't care. I know you care, and I know that you're trying to do your best. But what I'm saying is that maybe your best isn't good enough. So I have another question. You said that the wet scrubbers aren't associated with these flarings, but would the wet scrubbers affect flaring in any way?
I don't know that I can completely answer that question, but it's something that fits in a different part of the process of the refinery. So it's not associated with the flaring at all.
In any way?
No, it fits on a different part of the refinery's equipment. It's not in the flaring scheme. It's on one of this. It would be on one of the stacks, not the flare, not the stuff that would go to the flare.
Right, but you say that the flaring is a safety device?
Yes.
Okay, so if flaring is a safety device, could I surmise that in this last week you haven't been operating very safely because of the amount of
No,
flaring?
I wouldn't say that at all.
Well, what would you say?
I'd say that the flaring is ensuring that we're maintaining our equipment within safe operational limits.
Okay, so you're saying that if you didn't flare, it wouldn't be safe.
I can't say that. I'm saying what has happened over the past week is helping us to ensure that we stay within safe operating limits. That's what flares are there for. They're safety devices.
Right, and okay, I can see that you're not either.
I'm sorry,
understanding.
you're asking me to answer a hypothetical that it's not. You know, if we didn't have the flares, what would happen?
It's not hypothetical. It's actually based in what's taking place here. But I can see that you're sidestepping the question. So my other question has to do with you kept saying that the releases are under health risks. So according to you, every time you flare, it's no danger to the public. Is that correct?
So I think what my colleague said was that the air monitoring that we and the county and the fire department have done have all been below local health detection limits. I think that's what was stated.
Okay, so then you're not saying that it's not unhealthy.
I think what we're saying is that the air quality is good. It's below health detection limits for everything that we've monitored for.
Okay. So then, have you done any studies, or do you know of the cumulative effect of these releases? I mean, if I breathe smoke one day, I'm not bothered, but if I'm in a room where, if I have to continue going into a room where people are smoking, eventually my body is affected by the smoke. So it's a cumulative effect. So what can you say to that?
I think I would just continue to say that air quality from all of the monitors, the permanent ones that are there, the handheld ones that we and the community and the fire department have done, have all been good, below detection limits. So I would want to quell anybody's concern about that, because that's what the air monitoring data shows.
Okay, so you're telling me that you can continue to flare, and as long as it stays low and I breathe it every day, I don't need to worry. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying what the air quality data has shown over the past week, and that we are continuing to work to improve our flaring performance.
Okay, I appreciate you trying to improve it. And I do have one other question. We, quite a while back, agreed, and you agreed, that you would send us flaring reports so that we could study the data. So you were supposed to send the city flaring reports, and I know that they can't happen directly after the flare, that there's kind of like a 3-month or a 6-month delay So since you haven't provided them, when can you provide them?
So I have to say that I'm not certain who promised to send what, but if we can look into that and get back to you on it. If it's something that we committed to doing, then we'll follow up on it.
Okay, you have committed to it, and I thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any other council members have questions or comments before we go to
Yeah,
public?
I had a question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
To our speaker, it is safe to say that with the technological high value that plants throughout this nation, including one in Martinez and also in Rodeo and other places, that most of these refineries operate similar to Chevron, and that flaring is simply an opportunity to make the plant safer and more productive. Am I misstating the point that all refineries other than Chevron go through this process?
Would you like me to speak to that?
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is a typical design, right? The flares are there for safety purposes. We don't intentionally plan to flare or use the flare, but this is typical refinery design. And I would expect that if there were places that had significant disruptions, like power outages and whatnot, that they would be using their flares and experiencing similar things. I think that was your question.
And in Rodeo and Martinez, do they experience similar flaring?
So that I can't really speak to their specific data. I can just speak to general refinery design.
Okay, but most refineries do flare for the purpose of maintaining some degree of safety while being productive in producing their product. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
All right, thank you.
Any other council members have any questions or comments? You know, I want to make a couple here. I'm disappointed in the presentation made by the Chevron representatives. You know, I think what you all, and I'm talking to Ms. Roberts and Ms. Leeds. I think what you guys don't understand is that whether we have anything or not to do with it or not, the public holds us, the city council, responsible for what goes on at Chevron. When something goes wrong at Chevron or looks like it's going wrong, they think that somehow we're not doing our job. We're not holding Chevron accountable. And you know, you may be right that these flares do not have any significant impact on air quality. I assume you're right when you say that they're a safety measure and that they're actually keeping us safe from something much worse. But you know what happens? People freak out when they see all that fire coming out of Chevron. They think it's blowing up. They don't know what to do. They don't, because these are level 1 incidents. They don't get any. They don't get the kind of notification they would get from something else. So they start thinking the worst, and they start imagining that maybe sometimes it's for real. They start imagining that it's having an impact on their health. They can't breathe. They're getting headaches, and you know who they hold responsible for it? It's us. And I think when you guys come before a city council like this, I think you ought to show a little contriteness. I think you ought to come up and say, look, we're really sorry about this. This is not the way we want to do business. We're going to do better. And here's what we're going to do to get better. You know, we had flares this week. I was just looking at the Nixle alerts I got. On November 1st at 9:08 p.m., The same day, November 1st at 11:50 a.m. Saturday, November 30th at 3:11 a.m. Wednesday, November 27th at 10:25. And then on October 24th, Sunday at 8:32 p.m. And, and then back in September 11th at 3:57 a.m. So I think you guys need to realize that this kind of thing really freaks people out. Whether it's dangerous to their health or not, that's another story. But it scares people. And and I don't know what you guys do. I assume you're skilled professionals, but you know who ought to be here tonight? The refinery manager ought to be here. And the refinery manager ought to be telling us about this. And the refinery manager ought to be, again, saying that, look, we're sorry. We're sorry we scare people, and we're going to do better. And here's some things we're going to do better. And I've got to tell you, I've been talking with John Joy about this, who's our representative on. Can you all still hear me? My screen went dark.
We can hear you, Tom.
Okay. I've been talking to John Joy, who's our representative from the Air District, and he says that Chevron has of all the active refineries in the Bay Area right now, Chevron has the worst record for flares. And they don't know why, but he's asked the Air District staff to try to find out and report back to us. But we need. I just expect something better from Chevron when they're invited to come talk to the public like this. So let's go to the public speakers. I don't know what's happening on my screen. It's. Can you all still hear me?
Yes, we can.
We do have public speakers.
Oh, now it's starting to come back. So let's go to the public speakers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have 8 speakers so far: Andres Soto, Mark Wasberg, Floyd Andrews, Don Gosney, Lydia Perdomo, Cheryl Davila, Sally Tobin, and Randy Joseph. I'll start with Andres Soto. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, 2 minutes is hardly enough. Flaring is not a routine safety device. It is an emergency safety procedure to avoid a catastrophic explosion in the pipes. That's why they have to release it. And they have to burn it so that that raw hydrocarbon does not come out in the community. It is not healthy. It's dangerous. That's why the Air District prohibited it, except for during turnarounds when they are noticed. Now, the problem here, though, is the monitoring. You're going to trust Chevron going out there and reading the monitoring? They didn't tell you where those monitors were. And the reality is the refinery opposed the adoption of the flaring rule when it was adopted, just like they opposed the wet gas scrubbers and the new air quality standards. And to answer Council Member Jimenez, the reason they can't tell you when it's going to happen is because they've already sued the Air District for the adoption of this new rule. Now, Council Member Willis, one of the things that we learned in the Rule 6-5 was the plume from the cat cracker shows that people in West Contra Costa County and especially in Vallejo are particularly hard hit by Chevron's emissions. And that same thing happened when you look at the air monitoring systems in Vallejo. They had a massive concentration of hydrocarbons up there during the flaring that was going on in Richmond. The problem is the fines are too low. And, this is just another snow job by Chevron. And I agree with Tom. They sent a couple of flunkies when they should have sent the top dog. So there needs to be state legislation that will raise these fines, because the fines are no inhibition to the bad acting that's going on at Chevron. Plus, the city has a huge responsibility because they approve the modernization plans. Who is the building
Time has
inspector?
expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I guess Andy Soto is a professional in oil refinery maintenance and flaring. What a joke. Hey, I worked at Chevron off and on for 10 years. It's one of the safest refineries out there. I was a pipe fitter. I worked in arsenic. I worked in all kinds of the most dangerous chemicals there was. We always had backups. We always had planning. We always had escape routes on what was going to happen. So you got a bunch of Chevron haters up there in the city council. This is how stupid the whole thing is. What do you expect? You expect the Chevron time there's a flare up, you think Chevron's going to come up here and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean it." I mean, come on, Tom, man. You come up with some stupid crap, you know? I mean, Chevron's trying to keep us so safe that it's not going to harm people. I mean, if there was really doing some bad stuff, don't you think the air quality will find out about it? Huh? You got to realize Chevron puts hundreds of people to work, good, steady jobs, making $50, $60, $70 to $100,000 a year, where they can have a house, raise a family. I don't see the RPA doing this. I don't see Soto doing this. You see what I'm saying? It's all just a bunch of Chevron haters. Yeah, I tell you, if Chevron closes down, you would see Richmond go bankrupt. So Chevron has to do some flaring. So for now on, if there's a flare up, the people should know what's going on. Maybe Chevron should alert the people, send out flyers or get it on the internet. And this is what flaring does. This is why we have to flare. But you got Soto and the Richmond City Council coming up here acting like Chevron's the bad guy. They're out there poisoning people where they don't know a fucking thing about anything, about any oil refineries.
Your time has expired. Next speaker is Floyd Andrews. Floyd, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Floyd Andrews and I live in Point Richmond. I live up on the hill, probably less than a block from the refinery fence line. And on at least 3 occasions, 2 that I remember vividly, I woke up in the morning and went out onto my porch where I often have my coffee, and I opened the door and I walked out and I was basically slammed with this petroleum odor that was basically overwhelming. My husband and I went back in, shut the door shut. The windows were already closed, turned on all the air monitoring equipment and thought to ourselves, what is going on? And it's disconcerting for me to hear you all say that you don't know where the odor is coming from. It's clearly coming from the Chevron refinery because that's our close industrial neighbor. And it had a petroleum sort of, I don't know, tinge to it, but it didn't smell like gasoline. It smelled scary. And the word no, I just wonder if you suspect what that was, but you don't know for sure. And that's a way of not having to share with us what's really going on around the odor problem. Yeah, I just feel like Chevron needs to be more forthright about what's going on. I did see some air monitoring vehicles in the neighborhood. I assume that you're not being disingenuous about what the equipment reported. Nonetheless, I really feel like you all should be able to tell us what's in that air. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I agree with Mayor Butt 100% about Chevron's responsibility to the Richmond community. Communication with the community is vital. Chevron needs to do a better job. Everybody needs to do a better job on this. Almost every system in a refinery utilizes a series of pressure relief valves. If for any reason the pressure on the system exceeds optimal operating pressures, the relief valves pop and release the excess pressure materials into a flare system. The flare line goes to the flare stack where the excess pressure is released and burned. Mr. Soto is correct in that that this is a safety system. When the flare goes off, it says that the system is actually working. Without the relief valves, excess pressure would build up and there would be a severe risk of an explosion due to overpressuring in the system, the process systems. When you get home, take a look at your own hot water heater and you'll see a similar system with a small pressure relief valve. If the pressure builds up, the relief valve pops and releases the excess pressure, actually Typically, it'll go in your backyard. Before hot water heaters had these relief valves, the hot water heaters would actually blow up. Sometimes the water heater would just shoot through the roof, or sometimes it would just blow up the house. You don't see those kinds of explosions much anymore because of the use of these relief valves, the same kind of valves that the refineries use. You never want a system where there's a need to release the excess pressure, but when you need them, it's a good thing when the system works. Chevron needs to work to ensure that their systems work in a manner where there's no need for flaring, but it is a part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lydia Perdomo. Lydia, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to make actually really simple comments. The first is when you're stating that there is nothing detected in the air where all of our noses detected something in the air. So I don't know how you can just sit behind that statement. It's kind of very, very frustrating to hear. Secondly, the gentleman who you said was supposed to be here to speak on certain items that you're unable to speak of should have been here, because just how he's concerned about his son's scouting program or whatever he went to, we're concerned about our family's health in this community. And it's been happening for an extremely long time. I've been here since being a kid, living with this, and now as an adult, it is extremely angering, and the frustration to see this happening and to know the effects that it does eventually have on people's health is maddening, absolutely maddening. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cheryl Davila. Cheryl, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Richmond City Council. I'm a former council member in the city of Berkeley, and I'm the founder of the Climate Emergency Mobilization Task Force. And, you know, after listening to Chevron's presentation, which was like a C- at best, we're in a COVID-19 pandemic. Lungs and people's health is at risk. And this is something that can affect the odors affect lungs and respiratory systems. And you should know what exactly has been released and believe the community that's telling you there's odors. And I'm wondering, like, what is the time frame between your testing and the flare up? Is it immediate? And like, you should be able to say what chemicals are released when these are flaring. And thank you, Andres Soto, who is a PhD in this subject and knows what he's talking about. And I'm just also curious as to why the mayor allows such poor demeanor in the public and to attack council members without being reprimanded. There should be decorum practices, and Chevron should be more transparent. This has been going on for a very, very, very long time, and you should cease and desist and make sure that the community is aware of how and what they are being poisoned with. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sally Tobin. Sally, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I'm Sally Tobin, a Richmond resident. I was sort of amazed at the beginning of the presentation that the detectable levels were sort of being used interchangeably with harmful levels. And my guess is that you were able to detect certain levels, but decided that they were not harmful. And I wish you would be much more transparent about precisely what you're detecting and what the thresholds are where it becomes harmful. And I also wondered about the lag in monitoring. My guess is that when you're out driving in the neighborhoods, you know, there could be a strong wind blowing, there could be atmospheric conditions, or it could just take you 20 minutes to get out there, and by then the flaring is over. And yet one report I saw estimated that tons of, I think it was sulfur dioxide, were being released into the air. And so I wonder if you're having a problem with monitoring instrumentation. And I don't know whether it would be possible to monitor precisely what's going out of the flaring stack and be able to identify the chemicals and to be able to inform the community on a minute by minute basis of exactly what's going on so that people can safeguard their health. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Randy Joseph. Randy, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thank you. Randy Joseph, Richmond resident. Yeah, what that Chevron presentation was pretty much a lot of talk and nothing was learned. There was a bunch of non-answers. We've learned nothing about what happened during the flaring, other than that it was a flare, it was a safety incident, and there was nothing harmful in the air, and everything was at the legal levels. Not agree with the last lady, well, the lady that talked about making sure to understand the difference between like acceptable levels and harmful, because those are two different things. Yeah, it can be at acceptable levels, doesn't mean harmful things weren't spewed in the air, right? We need to have more accountability. We need to have people that have answers to things. I like how the lady said, oh, we've had lower flaring incidents in the last 15 years, but can't explain what their flaring was done in the last year. So this is the kind of stuff that we talk about when Chevron is not being accountable, is not coming out here. And then they tell people, oh, to go see what the readings were, you have to go to this website. But don't tell us what the website is. Don't link it. Doesn't really make it accessible to the community so the community can usually see it. And you just state this in public, because they understand if they state it in public that people can hear it, because there's people hearing it and they have it on record than what they said. They make people go search for it and make people have to come chase them because they don't come out to have these conversations. They don't come out to be accountable. And then what we get is a nothing presentation where we learn nothing, we get nothing, and they don't answer questions because they don't have to or they don't want to. Chevron needs to be held more accountable for about this. And lastly, about the mayor saying that people are imagining that they have headaches and chest problems and being sick, that's furthest almost a BS that I've ever seen. I've seen people actually have asthma issues within the past week because of these flare rates. And to say that they are imagining this in their mind is ludicrous. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. And this was a ridiculous thing to have brought forward. I mean, it's like the fox guarding the hen house. The council needs to have a report from Jack Broadbent and Adam Schwartz at the Bay Area Air Quality Management District to explain the number of flares and the volume of material released. And you should demand that Buffy Wicks and Nancy Skinner introduce legislation to dramatically increase the fines for flaring and other violations. We don't know where the monitors were that Chevron is reading. You think there's no reason why the public doesn't have trust in Chevron? How many people in this area have asthma as a result of what is being put into the air? I just think that it's really crass to say that here is this giant energy producer that basically got shut down by an atmospheric river, which is most likely caused by the kind of material that they produce that is then put into the atmosphere in the form of CO2. So it's time to get real and get real experts on board. And when you're going to talk about health, you better be a doctor. And you better not just say you're imagining it or it couldn't be a health problem for you. That is not, you're out of line. It is unprofessional and unethical to tell people about their health unless you are a health professional.
There are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So we'll move on to our next item, which is item J1. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
K1.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on,
Let's continued, okay. It'll be
Mr. Mayor,
K1.
before you move forward, could I make a comment?
You certainly may.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. We've had some very strong comments that represent a large segment of our community. And my recommendation would be, Mr. Mayor, that we have KCRT to duplicate this particular segment of the council meeting and send it to the president and the vice president of Chevron. They need to understand how serious this community is about flaring. And I think the various testimonies reflect a large extent of what the community sees, and they should have a complete awareness and make the necessary corrective steps to assure this community is safe. So I don't know if there's a motion made. I think, Mr. Mayor, you can do that unilaterally without, but if there's a motion necessary, I'm prepared to do so.
Well, I'm not sure I can do anything unilaterally, but I'll tell you what, I'll ask them to do that. And if they do it, we'll report back. If they don't, maybe a motion's in order. But thank you for that suggestion. Councilor.
I'd be willing to support you on that, Councilmember
Well,
Bates, if a motion needs to
maybe
be
the
made.
best thing to do, Mr. Mayor, rather than put you on the spot, is that I'll make a motion that we proceed with that directive, and the council collectively, unanimously, hopefully, will be taking the same position, and not just you as the mayor or me as one city council member. So if it's okay with you, I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Motion from Bates, a second from Willis. Any comments from council members?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, go ahead.
So, and I think like that they have a written report of how much the chemicals and what kind of chemical were released on the air. Because according to KQED and the refinery officials said to them that 17 tons of sulfur dioxide were released over 2 days at the facility. So if we can also add that they have a written report of what kind of chemicals and in what quantity are being released into the air for public to know.
Okay, does the maker of the motion accept that amendment?
Well, it's part of the testimony that's being presented. If that's part of the, you want to highlight that, that's okay. But they're going to see the video and they're going to see everything that we've discussed. So, okay, whatever.
Okay, we do have to allow public speakers on this. So are there any public speakers signed up, Madam Clerk?
For this item, we just had public speakers.
For this motion.
Oh,
may I ask to have the motion read back, please?
The motion is very simple. That this council, I would say request rather than direct, because I don't think we want to be dictatorial. We request that KCRT, a very fine television station, reproduce the segment of this item and under the mayor's guidance and direction and probably signature, forward it to the president and the vice president of Chevron and the general manager within the Richmond refinery.
And that the city council is requesting a written report of what kind of chemicals and the quantity were released in each flyer.
No, I'm not going all into that. I'm just asking that this proceedings, of which you have been part of and you made statements and comments, all of us have, be reproduced and presented to Chevron management, including the president, the vice president, and the manager of the refinery. That's all my motion represents.
Okay, Councilmember Menace, it looks like your suggested amendment was turned down, so.
Yeah,
City Attorney. City Attorney, go ahead.
I was going to suggest a minor modification, Councilmember Bates, that rather than directing KCRTV and instructing the mayor to just direct staff to make the request and attach a link to this video so that they can have it. I think that that would be a more appropriate given what we have on the agenda. And it would still accomplish the same results, including the response that the council is making.
Then my motion will be modified to recommend and support the city attorney's recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, does the seconder support that?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay, are there any public speakers on this item?
We have 2 hands, 3 hands.
Well, Councilman Willis has his hand up.
I'm wondering.
Sorry, and Councilmember Martinez had his hand up too, but just as a quick point of order, do we need to, I mean, I'm happy to hear from the public again, but do we need to take public comment on a motion that we're making on an item we already made?
City Attorney, what do you suggest?
So I think just you're simply directing staff to request the agency to give more information. I think that was fairly within what you were talking about. I don't think it's essential. Certainly it's your prerogative, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll bypass that. All right, let's call for the vote.
Also, Councilmember Martinez has had his hand up for like 5 minutes.
All right, go ahead, Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when this videotape is sent, the president and the other officials will actually hear the request that we've made, and they'll be made aware of the flaring reports that were supposed to have been given to the city previously, in fact, for the last few years. So I just wanted to make all council members aware that they will hear our concerns and our requests.
Well, if they take time to listen to it. Okay, let's call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez? Vice Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, so now that brings us down to item K1, is that right?
Yes, item K1 under resolutions, to adopt a resolution authorizing the staff to execute a task authorization to NHA Advisors LLC for municipal advisor services and authorize the city manager to execute professional services agreements with Wildan Financial Services and Stradling, Yoka, Carlson, and Rath for services related to lands secure financing districts for the Point Melody development.
Okay, we have a staff report.
We do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, Council members. Joe Leach, Public Works Director. The item before you this evening is to, as the Madam Clerk read, is to award a task order to NHA Advisors. You did authorize execution for a professional services on-call agreement with them at your last council meeting. We did go through a standard procurement process to retain 2 other consultants related to the formation of community facility districts. The staff report does talk about the process that we embarked upon that, and that's the standard procurement process. But what we do want to do this evening is in response to the additional action recommended at the last council meeting, have Mr. Mark Northcross present an item that talks about the pros and cons of community facility districts, as well as other land-based financing mechanisms. And we also do have Ms. Tracy Fuller from Regional Government Services as well. She's been working with the consultant, both Mr. Northcross, myself, finance team, and economic development team to work with SunCal and their team to bring this item before you this evening. I think that another key point to understand is in the financial impacts is that the costs associated with these consultants who provide these services are borne by the developer through a reimbursement agreement or funding agreement where they put a deposit onto the account with the city, and then the city draws on that, pays the consultants. When it gets down to a certain level, then the developer is obligated through development agreement and DDA to replenish that those funds. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Northcross to provide you a primer on land-based financing.
Thank you, Joe. And can we get the slide deck with the presentation on the screen here? That looks like the slide deck. Thank you. Great. Okay, let's go to the next slide, the table of contents. Thank you. We're going to talk about infrastructure financing options in general for California cities. We're going to drill down to land secured funding. That's the world that we use land secured as a term to mean Mello-Roos assessment and all the related financing options available in California. Then we're going to talk specifically about the process for forming a community facilities district, a CFD. And we're going to talk about policy considerations as well, really important. Next slide, please. Well, there's a nice pretty picture. Let's go to the next slide. Thank you. Okay. California cities, as everyone I think knows, has got multiple options for financing infrastructure. You've got utility revenue bonds, for example, your sewer enterprise. You can put things on the ballot and tax everybody in town to pay for infrastructure. You can issue lease financing as well to build infrastructure. Then finally, what we're talking about tonight, land secured, where there's a tax or an assessment on the properties that benefit directly from the infrastructure or are development that is going to be benefited by the infrastructure through a development, new development, as we're talking about, say Point Melati, for example. And that property secures the taxes required to fund the infrastructure. That's what we're focusing on. Next slide. When you get into supporting development through land secured financing, there are two options. The developer either pays cash, which they raise either from their equity investor or from a bank construction loan, or the city in this case would issue land secured financing to fund that infrastructure. And the basic fact here is that the interest rate on land secured financing, the cost of capital, is significantly less as a rule of thumb than what is required from an equity investor and a little lower than what you'd see in a bank construction loan. And the issue, particularly with major developments, is that the infrastructure can be of such a magnitude and required so early in the process that a developer can't get a bank construction loan for that because the banks want to see homes ready to come out of the ground. And if the infrastructure is way ahead of that, then it's really their equity, meaning cash. And equity investors like to see still pretty much a double-digit yield on their investments. So to cut to the chase here, Mello-Roos financing is a lot cheaper than paying your equity investor, something over 10%. Mello-Roos bonds are going out at 3 or 4% right now. So it saves the developer a lot of money on the cost of capital. Next slide, please. That's what we do, build homes with the land secured funding. Next slide, please. Thank you. What is land secured financing? I'll be a little bit repetitive here, but let's be clear. It's a financing mechanism for leveraging the taxes or assessments over time on property within a development to pay for the infrastructure and improvements. The goal is to have the new development pay its own way. And so that the taxes are either paid by the developer before homes are sold or paid by future residents and property owners. And we'll talk about the impact on property owners from this mechanism. The slide coming up. So I know there's questions likely on that, but be patient with me just a bit. Also, technical thing, the interest rates on these bonds are exempt from federal income tax, so they're lower. It's called tax exempt. They're the reason why the rates are low. Next slide, please. Thank you. So why use it for new development? Well, it lowers the cost of capital for the land developer. That's pretty simple. They like it. In addition, the 1982 Mello-Roos law, the one and only in California, allows public agencies to also tax for and fund through a district projects or services of general benefit throughout the community. So the infrastructure or projects or services to be funded by the Mello-Roos district don't just have to be for things required by the development. They can be anything of benefit to the community that is legal for that community to do in terms of a project or services. Speaking broadly, are exceptions, but speaking broadly, that's one of the reasons they call it Community Facilities District. The legislature wanted to open things up to where, again, coming down to this question, we're saving the developer money. Make that clear. Lowering their cost of capital. Using the word we here, speaking for the public agency, what do we get for that? Some communities, all they want is new development. That's enough of a benefit. Other communities, they want more. The law allows that. Next slide, please. Pros and cons. This is a short list. And we could talk about this issue after 35 plus years of Mello-Roos in California. This is a whole 3-hour webinar if you want, but we'll make it relatively short here. Advantages of the city, you get infrastructure funded without extracting money, taxes, or benefits from your existing taxpayers. It's the new taxpayers and the new developer who's paying for it. Because of the lower cost of capital, cities can demand higher levels of amenities within the project. Again, I mentioned the benefiting parties, meaning the residents or the developers in the district, pay, not the general taxpayer. As I mentioned in the last slide, those higher amenities are not just for the people within the district. They can be higher amenities, benefits throughout the community. And you can fund ongoing maintenance, and you can also fund certain services as well, besides beyond maintenance. Well, the developer reduces their upfront equity requirements, reduces their cost of capital significantly, saves them money. The financing obviously is assumable to the buyer of a home because it's it's a tax lien. It's the same as your regular property tax. So when they sell the home, all that debt burden, if you will, goes over to the home buyer. And from the developer, it's long-term capital at a lower cost. The property owner gets a lower down payment because the cost of the infrastructure doesn't have to be rolled into the price of the house. And also they get the ability to prepay it through a Mello-Roos. You can prepay it. And typically, not always, they get earlier development of key infrastructure and amenities. Okay, having said that, let's go to the disadvantages. Let's talk about the cons. Well, number one, and we've seen this, we have 35 years of history in our state, potential negative reaction from future residents. To be really blunt and straight up about this, they are likely sooner or later to go to the podium at a future council meeting, umpteen years from now, and complain about their Mello-Roos taxes. And why did the council ever do this? Okay, and you also can end up with a situation, and this is not so much where you've got small numbers, percentage of your population living in a district, but as you can imagine, there's places in Southern California for 1/3 of the city's population is paying Mello-Roos taxes. It's divisive politically because those people are less likely to vote yes on some other tax measure for the whole city, as you can imagine. Third bullet here, moral exposure of bonds default. make this really clear. The issuer of the Melrose bonds, in this case, if it's the city of Richmond, has absolutely no requirement of any kind to cover the debt service in the bonds if the developer goes into default. None. Been there, done that. I can speak from a lot of personal experience, absolutely none. However, big however, the city, should you choose to ever issue Melrose bonds, now use this term moral exposure, you are obligated to pursue remedies in the event of a default. That remedy is foreclosure on the property that's not paying its taxes, whether it's owned by the developer or by a future homeowner. And while those expenses are fully reimbursable from the proceeds of a foreclosure sale, you don't get reimbursed until you complete the foreclosure sale, and that can take years in some cases where there's litigation. And that means that the city can be out money paying for lawyers and dealing with the foreclosure costs. And yes, you'll come out ahead on it, you'll get paid, but that doesn't help you while you're going through the battle of foreclosure in the meantime. Disadvantages to the developer. It's a potential sales and marketing obstacle. You have to disclose by state law that you're selling property that's subject to a Melrose tax lien. You have to tell the home buyer what that lien is and how much taxes they're supposed to pay. In addition, the developer is going to have to give us a lot of what may be otherwise private financial information so we can go sell bonds and disclose key things to bond investors. And it takes a lot of time, not only on the city time to form a district, it takes time on the developer staff to do that. From the standpoint of the property owner, they have a higher tax bill. It can be significantly higher. And it may impact the resale because, again, it's not just the first sale of the home that's got all the disclosure. It's every sale of the home from then on to the bonds are paid off. You got to disclose, you got a Melrose lien, and you pay tax, and these are your tax bills and look like this. Let's move to the next slide. I bet we'll probably come back to this one, but we'll move on for the time being. Types of land secured financing, two basic types, community facilities districts, Melrose, in our ancient 110-year-old assessment bond law still used. You're saying, why aren't we using assessment bonds that much anymore? It has this notion of direct benefit to the property owner. An example is the sidewalk in front of your house is a great example of direct benefit. And a lot of the things that you got to do for support new development or to deliver community benefit doesn't have that direct benefit as black and white as a sidewalk in front of your house. So that's why the assessment bonds are not being used very often. Next slide, please. History, law established in 1982 by Henry Mello and Mike Roos. I met both of them. I'm that old. So, and been around a long time here. It was a response to Proposition 13 and also to just a response to the fact that under assessment bond, you could not finance projects or services of general benefit. So a couple of reasons that drove the legislature to create this law. It's utilized throughout the state. There are 1,500 approximately CFDs in California. Billions of dollars in bonds have been issued. It's a way of life. Doesn't mean it's right for the city of Richmond or any other city to do it, but it is commonly used. The formation of a CFD not only requires approval by the city council, it requires approval by the property owner. The special taxes are only levied on property within the district. There does not have to be a direct benefit relationship between the property and services and the taxes. It's very flexible in that regard. And again, CFDs can be used to fund both projects and services of benefit to the entire community, not just the island of the land development within the CFD. Next slide, please. Again, I'm being a little bit repetitive here, but this is a key concept. And should a CFD ever go to the council for formal approval, one of the key things to help everybody in this understand, both the electeds and the community, is what we call the rate and method of apportionment. Drop that term, it's a legal term. We call it the special tax formula. Each Melrose district has the equivalent of its own tax code. just like the Internal Revenue Code for your income taxes. You're writing an individual custom tax law for the Mello-Roos district. And they're incredibly flexible. You can do all kinds of things through a Mello-Roos tax. I mean, it's amazing what's been done over the years with that. So I'll leave it at that. Again, the only property is subject to the tax is the property within the district. No property outside the district is subject, no matter what happens. No taxpayer in the city of Richmond or any other city has ever been hit with a tax surcharge because of the defaulted Mello-Roos. Next slide, please. Types of CFDs, getting a little bit into the weeds here. Construction district or acquisition district. The acquisition district, the developer manages the construction. Construction district, your public works director manages it. Prevailing wage always applies. Anything funded with a Mello-Roos bond, even in part, prevailing wage. Want to make that clear. So all Mello-Roos funded stuff is prevailing wage. Next slide, please. Another pretty picture. Next slide. Forming a CFD. How do we do this? Step one is called the resolution of intent. That is, jump ahead, it takes two separate council actions, typically about 1 month apart, to form a CFD. The first one is where all the information on the CFD is presented in public in black and white. That information is, I mentioned the special tax formula. What does the tax code for this district look like? How much are people paying? How much will the homeowners pay in the future? What's the developer going to pay? What's this look like? What's the money going to be used for? What's the priority for spending money? What gets funded first? What gets funded downstream? And what community benefits? What's going to benefit the project and the developer? What's going to benefit the community as a whole? That is all presented at the night of the resolution of intent. If the city council decides that there is enough in that presentation of benefit for one reason or another to go forward to the next step is really about community engagement as envisioned by the legislature close to 40 years ago. Because what happens, you schedule a public hearing, 30 to 60 days later, we go through the whole drill again with the public, hopefully well informed because they've had a month to look at all the information on the CFD. You hold the public hearing, you get public comment, then the council decides to vote yay or nay again. And then on the basis of having public comment as well, which is why you would call that the resolution of formation. If the CFD gets through both those votes, there's a landowner vote as well. So next slide, please. We can honestly go back to this slide. It's important to understand that one. I mentioned earlier, tax formula, it's your own independent version of the Internal Revenue Code just for that CFD. You can tax in all kinds of, any kind of metric that can be objectively measured. The taxes can escalate at 2% a year if you want, the same as your regular ad valorem under Prop 13. And the tax formula can be simple, it can be very complex. And I've seen them both ways. Next slide, please. Consultant roles, as the council knows, there's a raft of consultants that go setting these things up. Some are required for formation, some are required for issuing bonds. Issuing bonds is simply not on the table right at the moment. It's nothing that we're even looking at right at the moment. It's just about forming the CFD. Issuing bonds is a completely separate set of council actions. But you still need, I was called, my firm as a municipal advisor, registered with the SEC, legally mandated to be your fiduciary for the record here. And we do a lot of stuff in setting up CFDs. You need a bond counsel, not to issue bonds in this case, but to set up the CFD legally. If you go to bonds, you got a bond underwriter. The really key consultant here is a special tax consultant. There are now consultants after 35 years who do nothing but write the tax formulas for CFDs in California. And they're really good at it, thank God. If you issue bonds, you got another lawyer who comes in and writes the disclosure document for investors. And you also have a trustee in a bond issue if you issue bonds. Next slide, please. Ongoing administration. I mentioned if the bonds go into default, God forbid, the city has got to intervene and manage the foreclosure process. The Belarus law, again, the legislature in 1982 was farsighted. They provided ample authority for the city to levy taxes to pay for all its admin costs, foreclosure costs, the whole raft. And so key assumption, as long as the property owners are paying your taxes, your costs for having this thing are handled. It comes down to when people stop paying their taxes, which happens when the developer decides not to pay and walk away from the project. And we can talk about that. Next slide, please. Policy considerations. This is the last slide, but let's bring this back home. Thank you. Okay, these are the issues that normally your colleagues in other cities around the state and the 1,500 CFDs have been formed have had to deal with one way or another. Can the CFD provide timely funding for the improvements wanted by both the city and the developer? Okay. And since you are in charge of this, you can provide priority. You can mandate priority for the improvements you want over the ones the developer wants that maybe you don't care so much about. Can the CFD provide adequate long-term funding for the maintenance of the infrastructure required by the new development? The answer is yes. But again, that's not a gimme. You have to build that into the tax formula. If you want that, and we were assuming you do, we got to come back at the resolution of intent and prove it to you. We got to show it to you. And the legal's right where it is. Can the CFD provide funding for improvements or services of benefit to the entire community? Typically, communities now will require police and fire services to be funded by the CFD. Because Richmond is a charter city, you can push that further and provide other services as well. And then another key question I know of concern to this council and every other council: what is a reasonable special tax burden for new property owners? And again, to address an issue that is we've just learned to live with in places with CFDs in the state, despite the disclosure required by state law on the first-time buyer and all subsequent buyers, you will still in all likelihood have people coming to the podium in the future complaining about the taxes and saying they never understood it. And I don't say that to be negative on CFDs. I say that as a matter of long time, firsthand experience. That, I believe, is the last slide in the presentation. So thank you for listening, and I know there's going to be some questions, and I hopefully can answer them.
Members.
You can't speak, Tom?
Yeah.
Oh.
Go ahead.
We heard you.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, it showed, my screen shows I'm muted. Okay, great. All right, well, do we have questions from council members?
Zoom's glitching on me too, so it's not just you.
Questions from council members?
My hand is up.
Okay, I can't see, something's wrong with my screen. So put your hand up like that, okay? Okay, go ahead, council member. While you're doing it, I'm gonna reboot my screen. I don't know with it.
Okay, so we had a conversation earlier, and one of the concerns that a lot of the public has is that Point Melati will be a place for moneyed people and not for your average citizen. So let's say the property is 500,000. which is actually below market value today. But let's say that we're going for lower income, 500,000. So then you have a mortgage payment, and 500,000. What's the mortgage payment on that? About 3,000 a month.
Say it's a $400,000 mortgage, and so you'll probably be paying, let's make up some numbers here, 25,000 a year divided by 12. It's at least 2,000 a month and plus something.
Okay, so 2,000 a month, and then you, on top of that, you have the Mello-Roos. And so the Mello-Roos is what, $10?
Oh, it's you're and council member, I think your question is spot on. Can I do a little big picture and how it looks like to sell the first time you sell a home with a Mello-Roos on it? The mortgage lenders are acutely aware. Unlike I mentioned, homeowners, frankly, I hate to say this, don't always get it. They don't. The home buyer, mortgage lenders get it. So when they qualify somebody for a loan, believe me, they factor in the Mello-Roos payments accurately. And so what happens is that the developer is making a decision in order to get lower cost of capital. They got to reduce the price on that home because that dollar for dollar, that Mello-Roos tax payment, the mortgage lenders just take that right out. That just comes against your qualification dollar for dollar. And so it is factored in by the mortgage lenders. And again, but to be respectful, I think to some of your concerns, it is not accurately reflected as a rule of thumb by the home buyer. They don't always get it.
Okay, well, I guess I'm like a home buyer. I don't get it either. The Mello-Roos doesn't increase the $400,000 payment.
Well, no, it does. It goes on your property tax bill. So
right. So it's like a second mortgage.
Okay, good. I got it. Thank you. I misunderstood. Let's do some real numbers. So it's a $500,000 house. The taxes, the Prop 13 is 1%. We'll leave out the school bonds and say it's $5,000 a year as your property taxes. You might have a Mello-Roos of $2,000 or $3,000 a year sitting on top of that. Okay, or I would say typically they won't exceed another 1%. But let's say we were in the Inland Empire in Southern California, and we were a city that was just gung-ho and building as fast as you can. I would say a home with a $5,000 annual property tax bill is probably going to have a Mello-Roos of $3,000 or $4,000 a year on top of it. And so in that case, let's do the math. Your home mortgage is $25,000 a year. Your Prop 13 ad valorem is $5,000. And you just tack another $4,000 a year on top of that. Okay. Does that answer your question as to what going down?
Yeah,
that's how it lays out.
Okay. So then the Mello-Roos is on top of the property tax.
Bingo.
Right. Okay. So then it seems like we're looking at people with steady and good income. And not your regular Richmond citizen.
I'm not going to answer that, but because
right.
I don't know what the home prices are but
yeah,
I think that I would probably make that assumption right now myself without having seen any facts behind that. But yeah,
okay, yeah,
safe.
okay, yeah, I understand that, and I want to go back to that slide about pros and cons.
Can we ask our able slide master to
yes
get it back up?
Our slide guru, can you take us back? Well, it's
I can, why don't you ask the questions? I think I hopefully I can answer it. We'll see what we can do.
Well, let's see.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
Okay, the pros and cons slide is in there about. Oh, slide nine. There we go, slide 9. Bingo.
Oh, there we go. Yes.
Hey, there we go. Okay.
Okay, I can understand why the property owner, in this case, the developer, would look forward to having a Mello-Roos, because it's basically transferring the cost from the developer to the home buyer. Wouldn't you say that that's correct?
They are, but there is a hit to the developer. The sales price of the home will be lower. The question I am raising is that experiences that the discount in the price of the home probably should be more for most home buyers in California because they don't correctly evaluate it enough. Just saying, that's just my own personal opinion. So, you know, the home buyer is getting a discount in the price of the home, but probably not enough.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so, how, so the Mello-Roos is a bond that's that has a lien on the properties.
Yep.
And if the home buyer cannot pay that lien, then he goes into foreclosure.
Yeah, it's a different foreclosure than a bank, you know, home mortgage foreclosures. We call it statutory foreclosure, delinquency on your property taxes. As you know, you can't cherry pick which part of your property tax bill you're going to pay and not pay. You know, either you pay all of it or you're delinquent, and then so it's just a property tax delinquency.
Right. So then, if a person is delinquent because, you know, let's say he becomes ill and can't pay the rent, does the Mello-Roos have the same kind of leniency that a bank might have?
No, what you do have is depends. I apologize, I don't have the answer to this. Counties typically do not do their foreclosure on delinquent taxpayers for a few years. I don't know what the rule in Contra Costa County is, and I apologize, but I'd be surprised if it was faster than 2 years, and it's probably longer. And again, the county doesn't care whether when you didn't pay your taxes, you said you were just doing it because of the Mello-Roos or not. It's all or nothing, as you know, in the tax bill.
Right.
So you get I'd say in retrospect, banks are not as lenient as counties on starting foreclosure. But this also, again, great question, council member. This goes to when the developer is delinquent. You know, we issue the bonds, a year later, developer just walks and is delinquent on their taxes. The county on its own nickel is not going to launch that foreclosure proceeding for, you know, a couple of years or more. That's not acceptable to bond investors, which is why the city has to step in and foreclose on the delinquent taxes when the developer is delinquent. And the bonds, I'm getting a little bit in the weeds, the bond documents will make it really clear. Homeowner goes delinquent, it's on the county, whatever if it takes 5 years, big deal. Developer goes delinquent, we move on it fast. We don't mess around.
Okay. So I want to look at the advantages. So it says that infrastructure provided without city tax dollars. That's good for the city, but someone has to pay for it, and as I understand it, it's the home buyers that pay for it.
This is potentially, yeah, and then the home buyers, yes.
Right, and it says potentially higher amenity projects. Wouldn't that mean higher Mello-Roos?
Great question, and you're right. Because what it typically works out is that, yeah, everything gets funded lands sooner or later on the taxpayer, and the city needs to, if it wants to get the higher amenities, if it wants to get the community benefits, it's got to negotiate and ask for them and say, we aren't doing this unless you do this, that, and the other thing. But the cost of that, council members, as you've noted, If you just didn't have any of that stuff in there, the taxes would be lower. You could lower the taxes on the property. So that's a tough policy question. And yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
So then, it seems to reason that the property owner, the developer, and the home buyer would want less amenities, and they certainly would frown upon community benefits, which extended beyond their borders.
The amenities has not been my experience. The future residents all love their on-site amenities, but it can be a point of political tension to have one part of the city paying higher taxes that in part support projects or benefits to the entire community. Yes, that can be a point of political tension in the community in the future.
Yeah, we already, for your information, we already have that issue with our land maintenance districts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they pay more money for more maintenance, and they continually say that they're not getting their money's worth. But you know, that's the way it is. People want their amenities; they just don't want to pay for them. That seems to be the way most people think. But we lost the list, and I don't want to hog the floor. So I'll let other people speak, and if they don't answer the questions that I have about that list of pros and cons, I'll come back. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate your answers.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
Yes, my concern is about if the developer defaults, and what I understand you know, what is the exposure for the city? I understand you're saying that the property, let's say the property is in the hands of the developer for one reason or another, he defaults, then the property goes into foreclosure. This is the land. This is like, let's say before any homes are built, and then the land goes into foreclosure. And we, the city, as I understand what you've said before, is that whatever money comes from this bidding due to a foreclosure sale that would compensate the city for any time, effort, money that the city has put out in the interim here, and with the developer gone or in default, we would have to get that money back from this foreclosure sale. However, the question also came up, what if that money doesn't cover the city's expenses? And so what I'm trying to figure out, and what I would like, is more of an analysis, and you know, eventually I'm going to make a motion along those lines that, you know, come back, because the public needs to know this, and we need some real figures as to what actual monetary losses would occur that we would have to recoup from a foreclosure sale, let's say, because these bonds, that these Mello-Roos bonds, are going to be for a mega amount of money. And we don't have that number yet, do we? So that's my question. One, what is the amount of money that these Mello-Roos CFDs will be set up for? And two, in order for this Point Melati project, and two, what is the potential loss that could happen as a result of a developer default?
Thank you, council member. I can give you some history, not from Richmond, but for actually the city of Palmdale. We went through some major defaults. First thing, I think it's the DDA specifies about 100 million in improvements that SunCal wants to be funded from the Mello-Roos. And I, honestly defer to the city attorney on anything like that, but I read that, and that's kind of the ballpark I've been using. Then how much can a city be out before it gets reimbursed? And obviously, as soon as you have a successful foreclosure sale, and that's been my experience, and for years, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen. I think I mentioned earlier that the worst case I can think of is that you issue the bonds, a year later the developer walks, and like 2 weeks later we're back in 2008, the whole real estate market just goes sort of cliff and collapses. And so you don't want to foreclose in that environment. So you're hanging out there in a workout for a few years until the market comes back. Went through that in Palmdale and something called the River Ranch Project. This is the worst case for out-of-pocket expenses on foreclosure. The reason why we had extremely wealthy developers who could afford to basically go into bankruptcy and fight the foreclosure all the way on appeals to the one and only Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. So the city of Palmdale very bravely hired bankruptcy counsel on their own nickel and fought that case to the Ninth Circuit and they had a lot of friends, because the developer was trying to basically say that property taxes, you could get out paying property taxes by filing bankruptcy. You can imagine that went way beyond Palmdale, California, and a Melrose. If you could file bankruptcy to get out paying your taxes, this local government's in big trouble. At any rate, Palmdale fought the case and they won it. But it took a number of years. They came out whole, but at one point in time, the city was out $1 million total out of the general fund, accumulated over years. So, council member, that's the worst case I am aware of. I do believe it's the worst case. State normally foreclosure is in the tens of thousands of bucks, and there's a whole industry of attorneys in California know how to do statutory foreclosures for Melrose issues. But if I was asked to say, what's the worst thing I could say Richmond doing, not to name names, our developer in Point Melati walks in the project and decides they're going to go back and revisit. It's called the Ritter Ranch decision. It was my only deal I've done that went in default. Believe me, I was relieved when we won that one. And they decided to go fight it to the Ninth Circuit Court, or hey, take it all the way to the Supreme Court for that matter. In which case you'd be out a lot of money in bankruptcy counsel for years until you got reimbursed. The city got fully reimbursed at 18% interest for 7 years. And which, 1.18 to the seventh power is actually larger. They got more, they basically spent $1 million, they got $2 million back because of all the penalties and interest. But believe me, I think where you're going, council member, in that years in between, it was misery. You've got this expense, you have this drain on your general fund.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bates. Unmute, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am completely confused with the negativity toward the Melrose process. To my knowledge, I think we may have only one or maybe two Melrose projects in the city of Richmond. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they may be in the Marina Bay. Mr. North Chase, are you aware of how many Melrose, if any, we have in the city of Richmond?
Sir, I don't think you have any. I've checked your audit report and there's nothing like that listed.
Okay, well, I know we've discussed the Melrose before on some projects, but as you say, we do not have one in the city of Richmond. What I hope this council will recognize that in addition to low income and middle income housing, there is also a critical need for high income. And there's a demand for high income as much as there is for low and middle income. case in point, the Shea development, which is in the Point Richmond area. It was completed maybe a year ago or thereabouts. Every one of those units that cost over $1 million or thereabouts, every one of those units, I'm sorry, every one of those units are sold. In addition, there's a HOA, a homeowners association fee that represent close to $1,000 a month. So you figure you got a mortgage that's over close to $1 million plus another 100,000, when I say $1,000 HOA fee, and people are happy they're in these units. What is most important about the Mello-Roos is that normally when you have a development to come in, the city is responsible for the roads, the improvements, the gutters, the sewer, everything. That's the city's responsibility. And what we found is that citizens who were outside of that development felt that they should not be using their taxpayers' dollars for the purpose of providing these kinds of amenities to a development of that magnitude. And it makes sense. So the Mello-Roos comes in and it does its own infrastructure. It does its own sewers and gutters and utilities. And it does not cost the other taxpayers in the city one dime. And why are you being resistant to a project that will support itself and a project that is in need and in demand? Because there are a lot of people that would like to buy in the upscale housing. Now, take a look at Point Richmond. And I'll guarantee you that you have probably less vacancies in Point Richmond than any place around in the city. And you take a look at the tax bills of Point Richmond residents, and I can guarantee you they are twice the cost of taxes in other parts of the city. So why are we resistant to a Mello-Roos that enable a city to provide high income and additional excessive, or not excessive, but additional large amount of taxes that will benefit the whole city? I do not understand. And I like for Mr. Northcross to either dispute what I'm saying or modify or correct what I'm saying if I'm not correct.
Council member, that what you said was what the intent of the legislature was back in 1982. Everything you said, that's what they were hoping to accomplish. And it's not perfect, but that was the goal. And so no, that's the intent of the law, to basically enable new projects to get funded solely on the backs of the developer and the homeowners within that project, but not on the backs of the rest of the taxpayers.
And one final point, sir. If in fact a property go into foreclosure, the first person, once that property is resold or whatever, the first person that gets their money is the city.
Bingo. Yeah. Under statutory foreclosure, different than bank foreclosure, all the public tax liens have priority. And what happens is that if there's not enough money at the foreclosure sale to pay all the private sector liens, like a home mortgage or developer's construction loan, they are wiped out. But the public tax liens cannot be wiped out. They stay there.
Right. So I suggest we move forward with this project and help this city on its way. As I indicated, we need upscale housing just as much as we need middle and moderate and low income housing. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I think I just would like to, maybe the city attorney, I don't know who, but the reason we are in the discussion, and I think like it's good for the public to know why we are entering in these. And for me, is sometimes it's just in some ways that we had to dig the information to get it to the public. And I get an example. On October 5th, this same item was on the consent calendar. And I was looked into creating land secure financing districts, including landscaping and lighting districts, but it wasn't mentioned Point Molari at all. So some city council took out of the consent calendar because we thought that it was needed to have a discussion that we are having. So then now on November 20 or tonight, these item come and it says it's from Point Molari. And I think like what it needs to also say is that there is particular commitments that the former city council signed in the DA and in the DDA that put the city into creating this. So it's something that it has, and so it's specific. So it's not something that we are doing because we think, oh, this is a good option, we can do it. It has more into it that we need to do. So that is one thing. And then my question is that in order for this development also to be able to be built there, we need a new police and a new fire station there. My question in terms of finances is that is the Melrose will the cost of these operations will be paid by the homeowners, and if that will be included in this bond?
That's a great question, and on the specific requirements of the DDA and DA on the police and fire station, I'm aware of. I'm going to defer to the city attorney, but I'll give a within the state law kind of answer. That is the city's call, and you can make the argument that the police and fire station should be funded solely by SunCal, and we could design the Melrose to say, no, there's no Melrose money. It's going to go to the police and fire station. And dear SunCal, you have to build it by the state. Okay. So you can, I don't know where that violates DDAs, DAs, all that stuff. I'm staying out of that. Sorry on that one. But you can work the business deal that you want through the incredible flexibility of the Melrose Law. Now, that's where I really am a fan of the Melrose Law. It is a very powerful tool for negotiating with developers, should the city decide to really use the law to negotiate with developers. So your choice is you can have the Melrose fund the police and fire station, and for example, say that's the first thing that gets built, for example. Or you can say, no, we don't want the future homeowners paying taxes for that police and fire station. SunCal has to fund it out of their own pocket, and that has to be in by a date certain. That's your choice.
But I just wanted to kind of like see, because it's not only the construction, it's the operation, the annual cost of that.
Yeah, and again, should the city want it, and we can ask it and demand it, you can say the annual costs of operating police and fire at that station are going to be funded through the Melrose taxes. Now, your colleague, Councilmember Martinez, has correctly noted that, yes, we can do all that stuff, but it drives up the ultimate taxes on the homeowner. Councilman Martinez is right. You know, there's no free lunch here. You know, the Melrose can accomplish, Councilmember and then it's exactly what you want, but there's always a trade-off no matter what you do. in this situation. So in that sense, yes, we can fully make sure the Melrose fully funds everything about the police and fire, including the operation. And you don't have to do that, and it's all can be negotiated.
Yeah, no, I think like it's because I am picking up from what Councilmember Bates said about what great things the Melrose is, that allows not to burn to other residents, but to in the project. But in that way, like with this particular project that needs a lot of infrastructure, and on top of more infrastructure, it needs a new police and fire stations. Then the money that we are talking here is going to be significant for these homeowners. So, and in terms of that, it will be like, like you say in some of in your slide about well, sometimes in the comms is that the developer will have to disclose how much is it, and it could be that if we want everything to be paid by the Melrose bond and paid by the new potential homeowners, then it will become higher than, and it could be that it won't be a good investment for folks to buy a house.
That's true. And one of the other things where the negotiations with developers get tense is that we establish a threshold on how high the taxes will be, period. And then you have a limited pie. You know, it's only so big, and you're talking about you're carving up that pie. Okay, City of Richmond gets this, SunCal gets this, SunCal wants more, City of Richmond wants more. And so you got to honor what you're suggesting, Councilmember, which is spot on. You put a limit on the maximum taxes you're going to charge on any one home. And then you fight with the developer over how that limited pie gets allocated. Who gets what?
Yeah, no, I agree that we can do that, but at the end, the limited pie means that the city will have to pick up the cost of the other things. So that thing about, oh, the homeowners are going, the new homeowners are going to be paying for everything. That might not be the case here because the cost of this. So other people, and particularly people in other part of the city, will end up being subsidizing a high-end development in a part where it needs a lot of infrastructure. So my point here is more about that we have so many other areas where we can be developed in field, in the downtown, in other parts, where we can use these bonds and this financing infrastructure, but that it won't cost that much. And at the end, it won't cost the whole city to subsidize high-end housing in a part where it needs a lot of infrastructure. So that is all my point that I wanted to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from council members?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I was informed that contrary to what some people may or may not know, is that Marina Bay was a Melrose development.
Right.
And I think that Councilmember Jimenez hit the nail right on the head when she made the comment that every time you demand more from the developer, the higher the price of the property is going to go. So be cautious of how much you can extract from a developer without increasing substantially the cost of the home that he's going to be, they're going to be developing. So thank you. That's the only comment I have.
Okay.
I wanted just to say that also we need to be cautious about how much the other resident will have to subsidize the development of high-end houses.
Okay, so I have a few questions for the city attorney. So, Teresa, you want to take these?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to go at this from a little different angle. So first of all, this particular item that's on the agenda tonight does not obligate the city to do anything, right?
You're just hiring a consultant to do the
It's
analysis that was
hiring a
described.
consultant. And that consultant is going to do the analysis ultimately that several council members are asking for. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And our DA and DDA basically requires us to at least take this first step. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if we don't do this for whatever reason, then we're putting the city at substantial risk for litigation and potential loss of a substantial amount of money. Is that a fair statement?
So, Mr. Mayor, I can say to you, and of course, you know, we're in a public session. We do have litigation on this item. We do have threats of litigation on this item. And so I think it's fair to say that, as I just said, that we have a DA and a DDA, and it imposes requirements on the city. And one of those requirements is that we move forward with this process.
And so if we choose not to move forward to it, then it could be considered a breach of contract. Is that correct? You're muted, Teresa.
Sorry about that. I have the same answer to the question, which is there's a requirement. Mr. Mayor,
it's a requirement.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'm just going to remind you that obviously you're asking me for legal conclusions in the middle of a public session, and there is litigation. There are threats of litigation here. And so the answers that you're going to get from me are obviously going to be very limited because I need to be mindful to protect the interests of the city. And so I'm not going to get into a full legal analysis for those reasons, Mr. Mayor, with all due respect.
I'm not asking you to, but on the other hand, the public deserves to know if action we're taking or not taking on this is going to put the city at substantial risk. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking you to, go through the legal consequences A through Z. I'm just asking you whether you agree that if the council decides not to take this step, that it could put the city at substantial risk. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Mayor, I've answered the question that there's an obligation to take the step under the contract.
Well, okay. And so what happens if we don't take that step?
Well, I think the developer, they have something to say about it, and then we are in a discussion. I think it depends on what happens after that.
Well, is it fair to say that the city could get sued, and that the city could lose a substantial amount of money, or could lose the property, lose the opportunity to do anything with the property? Is that a possibility?
Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, I'm just not going to engage in this level of conversation for the reasons.
Look, if you're not going to say it, I'm going to say it. If we don't approve this tonight, which doesn't cost the city a cent, doesn't obligate the city to do anything, then a lot of really bad things could happen. And it could cost the city a lot of money. It could cause us to totally lose control of Point Melati. So, the only reason, I'm just going to say this, the only reason that you're seeing at least 4 council members ask all these questions is not because they're concerned about how much taxes people are going to pay or anything like that. It's because they are desperate to do anything they can do to try to stop Point Melati. And if this is something that will play into their plan, then they'll do it. And they're desperate. They don't care. They don't care about the people of Richmond. They don't care what it might cost the city of Richmond. They don't care about any of the consequences. They are just absolutely, totally focused on trying to kill the Point Melati project. So that's what this is all about. They're obsessed. This is an obsession with at least 4 people on the city council. So
it's an obsession of the mayor to move forward with a project that it has been opposed by the majority of city Richmond residents. So the obsessed person is you, Mr. Mayor.
I didn't recognize you, Councilmember Jimenez. So are there any council members who'd like to say anything else before we go to public speakers? Okay. Well, Councilmember Lawkins had her hand up for a long time. Why don't you go, and then Councilmember Martinez.
So all I wanted to say is my concerns about this are indeed to protect the people of Richmond. And all I want to know is, and I'm not saying we're not going to move forward with this, but I think it's important to the public, it's important to the council to have all the information on this and get some figures. I know we've gotten some in the course of this discussion right now, but a financial analysis as to what the risk is to the city by way of a default or by way of something that comes up, there's a fire at Chevron, there's a oil spill, the market has changed, so there's no longer a market for housing. What could this cost the city? And I realize that the consultant here was saying that in his experience, the worst was $1 million, and that was like a bunch of years before that $1 million got reimbursed. I'd like to know for sure because this is $100 million bond that the city is taking on. And yes, through this process that future homeowners may, if these homes get built, be taxed on. But I want to get those figures. I want the public to hear it. All I'm saying, and I'm going to make a motion later, but I know we want to hear from the public, is to have the consultant who we are dealing with now come back with a more drawn out financial analysis about the risk if default, et cetera, would happen, and how, because we may decide to make a smaller CFD, a smaller Mello-Roos bond than for $100 million. So we need to know this information to make a determination. This is not to say we're not going to make a determination on this CFD process, but it's just we asked for it at the last meeting to get a risk benefit analysis, and we haven't gotten that written real risk. I'm really concerned about the risk. And I don't feel that we've gotten enough information. We've gotten some information about the DA and the DDA. And I had a question about the DA that I was going to ask the city attorney without triggering any legal talk here that I seem to have forgotten. But let me, if I remember it, I'll come back to it. But I did want to express my statement about how my concern is for the community of Richmond, and a financial analysis will help ease that concern.
Well, Councilmember Logan, the whole point of this item that's on the agenda tonight is to get the information you're asking for. So yes, if we don't take this step, which is not going to cost us anything, how are we going to get that information?
Well, we could have this we could give this consultant a certain amount of money, maybe $50,000, to come back next week with a presentation specifically about the risk that the city would have, and come up with a little bit more of a numbers analysis. And then from there, we would determine whether we want to apply the greater amount. I think it's like 350,000 that this item would authorize. So I'm not, I'm just wanting to get more figures before we authorize the full 350,000.
Well, let me ask you one other question. I think they're asking for 100,000, and you only want to give them 50.
No, I think
This is not costing us anything. If you're looking for information, you're going to get more information for 100,000 than you're going to get for 50. Why would you want less information when you can get more and it doesn't cost you a cent?
It's actually more because there's more than one consultant that this item is authorizing, and one of them is for 100,000, another one is for 50,000, another one is for 100,000. I thought I saw it was something, adding them all up, it was something, but maybe.
Okay, all right. So it's let's see, 100,000.
Have to look in the staff report.
So if you add it up,
Excuse me, Mayor, it's 240,000.
240,000. Okay. So why would you want to limit it to 50,000 when you could pay 240,000 and get more information? It doesn't cost you anything.
Well, it would just be a limitation just to get the financial analysis, and it would be up to 50,000. Maybe it only costs 10,000 for them to do the work on that. But just for us to feel comfortable in terms of going forward with authorizing more money to begin the whole process. This would not be the beginning of the process. This would be a pre-process to give us more information. And at the same time, then at that item, when we get the analysis, we could also make a motion to provide more funding for the consultants to begin the process.
So, Mr. Northcross, if you only had $50,000, can you get Councilmember McLaughlin the information she wants?
That's more than enough to come back with the information on foreclosure scenarios. I mean, I'm to think out loud here in a public meeting, which is a dangerous thing, but just to spin a scenario here. What I would need to do is hypothesize on my own what the bond issue might look like, how much we would fund, what the tax rates would be. These would all be my numbers, no blessing from SunCal, no blessing from staff, just a consultant doing this. I'm looking at the city attorney and wondering, if I do something like that, am I gonna get sideways with all the other legal issues? That's where I'm feeling a little nervous right now. But if you're comfortable with me basically coming up with a hypothetical bond issue for Point Melati, what it would look like, what would be at risk, how much you'd be foreclosing for, what the cost might be, what the workout would look like, and come back with a couple of scenarios and say, this is what, if everything goes wrong, this is what it looks like. This is what the cost will be. I can do that. And I just want to make sure that I get a blessing from, as I work for the staff as opposed directly for the electeds, that staff is okay with that.
Well, you're going to get nobody cares what staff thinks. You're going to get a motion in a minute.
I do.
Mr. Mayor, could I make a quick follow-up to because I recalled what I wanted to say. And this is not to say that we're not going to move on the CFD, but rather just for the record, and maybe the city attorney can confirm or tell me I have it wrong, but I recall in the DA or the DDA, whichever one it is, I think it's the DA, that that yes, it does require a CFD, but that the city could, if there was a reason for the city, and in this case, the reason is to get more financial information so we can make such a decision. But I just wanted to say that the DA or the DDA, I think, allows for that in terms of, the city should move on it, yes, and it has to, but it does have that provision for if there's a good reason for why the council is holding off on this, right, at one point, they could have more time. That's what I believe it says. City attorney, does that sound reasonable, or is that not something you could comment on?
I'm going to ask Heather to jump in here I believe she's still on here, on the weeds on this issue. You know, there are some timing issues in the DA and the DDA, and I think for a lot of reasons on both sides, we are not as far along in the process as those agreements contemplated. And there are some time restrictions in order to get all of this done, given the outside closing date in the DA and the DDA in May 2022. So part of what we're looking at here is just, there is a process, it's a significant process, and the hiring of the consultants are really needed to kick off that process. It sounds to me like we have a consultant who is willing to come back in relatively short order. I do think there needs to be some discussion between our consultant here and city staff to make sure that there's a connection between the actual agreement and the scenarios that you are putting out there, all the issues that Mr. Northcross just alluded to. So, you know, I think just from a practicality standpoint, I think, you know, I would want to look to Mr. Northcross in terms of what he could bring back when, and just how we would get to the finish line if you want to hold off on giving full authorization. Certainly you could authorize approving the contract and have Mr. Northcross come back on a short order. That is certainly an option as well. So I think I'm going to ask Heather to jump in to see what I've missed here, and then maybe through the mayor to perhaps ask Mr. Northcross to talk a little bit about his timing, given the restrictions and the time constraints we're under.
I think you pretty much covered it. Yes, the DA does allow, there's jumping off points if the CFD doesn't work out to be a good plan, then we've got good cause to get out of it and not finish doing it. But I think without working with the developer, the numbers that Mr. Northcross comes up with are going to be, you know, a little one-sided, as it were. So we really do need to work with the developer to see what is reasonable and possible to fund in order to get good numbers that will be beneficial for the city in making the decision. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Northcross. He can add in on the timing because our time frame is tight.
Thank you. The schedule we have now has the resolution of intention in January and the resolution of formation in March. And this is really coming from the intent of the Melrose Law, which was in response to the council member McLaughlin. The resolution of intent is when the legislature wanted us to answer all the questions like that and just say, what's really going on with this thing? Show us the risk, lay it all out. And you get that, the resolution of intention in January. And then if this council decides to move ahead, then you have a public hearing. So you get public input on it, and that's at the resolution of formation in March. As you've heard from your staff and city attorney, the deadline basically is more or less late April, May. The CFD needs to be in place by April, more or less. And so we've got a little bit of time in this, but not very much. And I am feeling nervous about getting the resolution of intent. Now, having said that, in response to what the Councilmember McLaughlin has asked for, I believe I could complete, as Heather said, a one-sided analysis, but based on experience, it will be a reasonable, it won't be completely out of the box within 2 weeks, and get that to you and come back with I don't know how long it takes to get it. I know getting on the agenda and all that takes a while, but this way I would have a good draft ready to come back to this council. And thank you all for your great questions, laying out what I'll call a hypothetical worst case scenario, what it looks like for the city, money, the whole shot. I can do that in a couple of weeks.
Okay, so if you want it, somebody better put it on the agenda right now if you want to be here in 2 weeks. Vice Mayor Johnson, did you have a hand up?
Yeah, I actually had two questions, and although Mr. Northcross kind of already addressed it, I'll actually come to him second. My first question was actually for the city attorney. Say we go with Councilmember McLaughlin's suggestion, motion passes tonight. My question, and we, allocate the $50,000 to allow Mr. Northcross to go and do the 2-week analysis of these hypothetical figures. When he comes back, we're still contractually obligated to fulfill the rest of the work, correct? In terms of the CFD.
Yes, you'll still obligated to go move forward with the process.
So we'll still have to do it. Okay. So just coming back to you, Mr. Northcross, because you've already touched on it. And you said that given your experience that you're going to try to get as close as possible, or getting as much in as realistic range as possible. But if I'm not mistaken, the purpose of this exercise, or the allocation of the $50,000 was to get a more definite number. And so I don't know, it's probably not even a question. I feel like it's more of a statement at this point. We're going to spend $50,000, not get the exact information that we're looking to get, and then come back and have to approve the rest of the work anyway. Somebody tell me if I have that order of events incorrect. I didn't think so. I'm done, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Joe Leach.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Northcross was saying about schedule. I think our schedule has been compressed. Being able to go to the resolution of intent in January and then the formation in April or May, those have been compressed dates based upon kind of the assumption of being able to bring this before you tonight to get approval for the consultants that we're requesting. So I'm wondering if council would entertain moving forward with the consultants as requested and Mr. Northcross coming back at the end of November with his preliminary analysis.
Well, you're going to have to ask them. So Councilor Martinez, you have a hand up, or is that left over?
No, I do have a hand up. And before I address the CFDs, I'd like to give you a piece of advice on city council management. When you pretend to be Zolar, the mind reader, and tell the public what I'm thinking, what other people are thinking, you almost lose control of the meeting. It was so outrageous that Council Member Jimenez spoke out. It was so outrageous that I was tempted to speak out. I almost did. And if I had with both of us speaking out, you would have lost control of the meeting. So a lot of times when you lose control of the meeting, it's because you make these outrageous statements, pretending that you know what I'm thinking, pretending that you know my intentions, pretending that I'm obsessed. And by doing that, you diminish the value of my questions. You make my questions sound as if they have no basis in reality, that they're actually coming from my obsession. And I resent that. I hope that in the future, you will stop playing these games of understanding what we are thinking when in fact you don't.
Well,
now,
look, everybody knows you guys are trying to.
Excuse me, I'm still speaking. So with this CFDs, there's some people who just dive in the pool, and there's other people who kind of wade in. And so what you're seeing is, I'm not going to speak for other people. I'm speaking for myself. I'm someone who likes to wade in and understand the waters that I'm getting into. So my question to you Mr. Northcross, is in your evaluation, is there any way that you might have a conversation with SunCal so that your numbers aren't so one-sided?
The short answer, sir, is yes, but the long answer is that to really answer the question, you got to negotiate the special tax formula, that tax code. Each Belarus has got its own tax code, and so that we aren't ready. That's not going to happen in 2 weeks. And to do that, we would need to have. I'm going to support what the public works director said. I'm asking for a favor. My apologies. Is that we need to have the special tax consultant and the bond lawyer on board to move that particular dialogue with SunCal along, even to a point where, without saying anybody supports this, I could come back and say, this is more on point than otherwise would be, because we did have good dialogue with SunCal. And so that's why I want to make it clear that if we can't move it concurrently, and I totally respect what Councilmember McLaughlin is asking for, great questions. And I'm actually excited about coming back with, I'll call it a worst case scenario and laying it out. Been there, done that, unfortunately. Understand what that's about. But to honor the schedule, I really support what the Public Works Director said. If we can move concurrently, and also that gives me a leg up in answering your question, getting a little bit more out of SunCal before I deliver my worst case scenario.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, it's looks like we're done with council members' questions. It's 10:57. Be a good time to pause for a minute and get a motion to continue our meeting past 11 o'clock. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I have
A motion from Councilmember Jimenez to do what?
to extend the meeting until this item finish.
Just this item?
I'll second it.
All right, motion to finish this item up. Motion by Jimenez, second by who was it, Willis?
Yes, Willis. This one.
Okay. So let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Pat.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, so now it's time to hear from the public speakers.
And we do have public speakers.
Sure. I have 6 speakers: Tarnell Abbott, Sally Tobin, Jim Hansen, Andres Soto, Michelle Hayes, and Paul and Anita. I'll start with Tarnell Abbott. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Tarnell Abbott, resident of Richmond. Mayor Butt, I think that you have a responsibility as the mayor to set a respectful tone, and what you did to your council members was completely disrespectful. And I dare say that you indeed have an obsession about Point Malani. So own it. I think that given that the fact that SunCal has a history of bankruptcy, it is absolutely appropriate to ask for and look at the, what it could mean in terms of millions of dollars that the city would be out in the event that SunCal goes bankrupt on this. I further want to know how, if the way that I wasn't able to get into SIRE because the city website is not working. And I want to know if this item applies to other development projects that are proposed. For example, the AstraZeneca Campus Bay development site, or is this item particular to Point Malani? I would like to know how the infrastructure that gets built at Point Malani is going to benefit the rest of the city of Richmond? I don't get it. And will the infrastructure improvements include dealing with the traffic problem of around the bridge and 580 and surrounding streets in
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Sally Tobin. Sally, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead and start.
Thank you. Sally Tobin, Richmond resident. Many thanks to Mr. Northcross for that very clear presentation. The staff report does not cover many important questions, such as a detailed discussion of risks and benefits for this specific project. So the developer provides funds for consultants and for setting up the district, but then apparently the idea is that the Melrose financing will provide reimbursement to the developer. But this particular project is going to get expensive really fast due to the massive infrastructure and the challenging terrain. So if the entire project fails and goes into foreclosures, what would be the monetary losses? How much? But it would be an irreplaceable loss of a public resource. Bulldozing is going to be the first step in construction, and Point Malate, which could have been a fabulous public park, is destroyed. On other projects, SunCal has a past record of setting up project-specific LLCs and then defaulting before constructing amenities. So then what's going to happen if that occurs? I was also surprised to see a statement that transfer of ownership to the Bureau of Indian Affairs might be a possibility. If true, Richmond should certainly explore the ramifications of involvement with the federal government before moving forward. In any case, there should be a fully informative report supplied to the council to ensure that the developer and not the city is taking on fiscal responsibility for this scheme. Will SunCal agree not to seek any refunds if the project doesn't go forward to completion for any reason? Given the contradictory language in various documents, it sounds as if such an agreement would require a separate and enforceable legal document. Thanks very much. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jim Hansen. Jim, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Council. I think the discussion tonight really highlights the choices in front of you. And actually, you do have choices. And I'm sorry to hear that really hasn't come forth tonight. The development agreement, the section 4 that talks about CFDs, basically says the city needs to cooperate. It says the city needs to cooperate. You cannot be required to take the city into what are we hearing tonight? $100 million in new debt? $100 million. This is the first time this has come out. But honestly, you have choices. There's no requirement to do that. That is the infrastructure cost. There's the operation and maintenance portion of CFDs. It's much less. So I think that what you did on October 5th was you said, we need a work plan around different options and looking at the risks and benefits of each of those options. This could be assisting in the operation of maintenance to the tune of 10 million. This could be participating in different amounts. So I really appreciate the diligence that you're putting into this. And yes, the developer needs to be going out and looking for their own funds. We're not under the responsibility to fund this project. So I think this is very appropriate to look at this very carefully and let the public see what you are authorizing and what's consistent with keeping a healthy city and not a vulnerable city and protecting us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Andres Soto. Andres, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation from Mr. Northcross. Quite informative and enlightening. And I also like to thank Councilmember Bates for showing the true intention of this project as an engine of gentrification. And so I'm going to urge you to not go down this pathway. It puts the city on the hook. It's too entangling. And this, and even the community benefits part of it is just a carrot to incentivize more debt, and that's not the right direction to go. And if the project fails, the city is on the hook. And what happens if there's a fire or an earthquake, since it is a high fire zone? And you know, let's face it, this is capitalism. The developer should be taking the risk, not the city. And from what it looks like, it's going to be a consultant's payday and feeding frenzy. And I think that one of the things that also pointed out is that this would potentially create huge unreimbursed city staff costs because of the time involved to deal with that. And Councilmember Jimenez is correct. We ought to be looking at more infill development within the urban core of the city, not like what Mr. Bates and his colleagues did back when they decided to do a gentrification project on the South Shore and abandon the city core as it was becoming primarily African American. And you know, the taxes make this project far more expensive for the purchasers and everybody else. That will be an engine for gentrification. And you know, this is just not the way to go. You need to step back. Don't put the city at greater risk. And I think the failure of the SIRE system is a Brown Act violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michelle Hayes. Michelle, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thank you, council members. This was a long meeting. Do you guys have guidelines on when the meeting starts and when it should finish? At this point, everybody's tired and you know, it doesn't seem like much is getting done. Too much arguing and stuff. But at any rate, I was determined to, this is my first meeting, and I'm also a resident of Richmond, and I'm on the Commission on Aging. I'm a commissioner on the Commission on Aging here for Richmond. And I was kind of, you know, disappointed to see the way things were operating. You know, not honoring everyone's differences or differences of opinion. Everybody have different opinions. And at any rate, I'm glad I stuck to it to make this comment. I appreciate what you are trying to do, but you know, you guys need to come together much better than you know, than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paula and Anita. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Paula and Anita.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is Paul Carmen, a Richmond resident. I'm astonished that just 2 weeks ago that this item was on the consent calendar without Point Melati even being listed. And then when it was, I thank Jim Hansen and I thank council for bringing it on to the regular agenda. The idea that this could have been on the consent calendar, and when a staff person specifically said we didn't contemplate this agenda item for any particular project, clearly there's just deception going on here. So that's my first point. I also want to thank Mr. Northcross. He gave an excellent presentation, very balanced. He's clearly seen the good side and the bad side of Mello-Roos. So I'm very impressed with him. I don't think it's Mello-Roos that's on trial here. It's the SunCal plan. The next thing is Councilmember Bates. I looked yesterday. There's still there are 60 waterline apartments, the Shea homes. I believe it was 60 that was built. There's still 14 actually that are for sale. Some of them might be resale, but 25% of them are available for sale. So they're not sold out. The main thing I gleaned from this was that the formation of CFD is the complete privatization of Point Melati. We were sold this project based on it's Point Melati for everyone, and it'll just happen to have 1,400 to 2,000 homes. But what Mr. Northcross has made clear is that all the spending decisions are controlled by the residents, the bondholders, the CFT governors. So you know that all the amenities will, which will be scarce resources, will go towards the homeowners and not towards recreational uses for the Richmond residents. So
expired. Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion? You have your hand up.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to respond to the individual that don't live in Richmond that seem to think he has more voice of what goes on in Richmond than anyone else, who attacked me about gentrification and supporting of housing. I want to remind you and the rest of the citizens that I have always supported quality housing. I was one of the leaders in fighting for the Marina Bay, for all of Hilltop development areas, for all of Carriage Hill, north and south, for all of the El Sobrante Valley by Dietz Homes, the development by the Schott group that put in the development next to the golf course and other developments. And I'm proud of all of those accomplishments. And you talk about gentrification, those are the communities that I helped bring in that are benefiting this city today and tomorrow. So don't tell me about gentrification. You don't live in this city and you don't give a damn about this city. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Bates. Somebody want to make a motion? Go ahead, Councilmember McLaughlin.
So first of all, I just want to make it clear that we are cooperating, as the DA says, but we're also doing our due diligence. So my motion is that we allocate up to, it doesn't need to be the whole, $50,000 to NHI, I believe is the name of the firm that we just,
NHA?
is that correct? NHI?
NHA.
NHA, thank you, sorry for that. That we allocate up to 50,000 to do a risk benefit analysis, come back to the council in 2 weeks. I think it's important because that we don't allocate the whole amount and that our public works director suggested that, but we really want to take this one step at a time and, you know, determine what we want. There are options that we have and was mentioned by one of the speakers, and those options include perhaps we don't want to allocate the, we don't want to utilize a CFD for a whole $100 million infrastructure plan. Maybe we just want to use it for operations and maintenance. I don't know, but we have options. And before we can put in place those, make a decision on options, we do need to have do our due diligence and get an analysis in place. So that's my motion, that we allocate up to 50,000 to this consultant, and he comes back in 2 weeks with a one-sided, I realize it's going to be a one-sided analysis, but I think it's better to do it that way, to get this report very early rather than extend it out.
Is there a second? Councilman Martinez, you second it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make a substitute motion to support the staff recommendation. And I don't have much hope it's going to go, but you know, I just want to say it again. I'm sure this will offend Councilman Martinez, but in my opinion, this is nothing more than an effort to slow walk this project till it dies. So
I'll second.
My motion. Is there a second?
I'll second your motion.
Okay, second by Johnson. So let's vote on the substitute motion.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
No.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
No.
Councilmember Willis,
Abstain.
and Mayor Butt.
No. I mean, yes, I'm sorry.
Right?
You're obsessed.
So much negativity going around here. You get caught up in it, you know?
Motion fails with Councilmember Bates, Vice Mayor Johnson, and Mayor Butt voting yes. And the noes are Councilmember Jimenez, Councilmember Martinez, and McLaughlin, and Councilmember Willis abstain.
Okay, let's go to the main motion.
And the main motion is to allocate up to $50,000 to NHA to do a risk analysis and come back in 2 weeks with a one-sided analysis. Okay, and Councilmember Bates?
Well, I reluctantly vote yes. Maybe it's a start. And maybe after the report, you'll see a need to include additional funds. So let's try to see what'll happen.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Sure. We're going to have to do all of this other stuff anyway. So if this makes my colleagues more comfortable, let's do it.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
So the motion about extending the meeting was just to finish this one item. So unless somebody wants to make another motion, I think we're done.
I would like to. I would like to move that we.
Martinez, huh?
I would like to move that we finish L1.
Is there a second?
That's my item too, so I'll second it.
Okay, second by Willis. Let's take a vote.
Member Bates?
Yes. Just for you,
Jimenez?
Eduardo.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Sure.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
I'm sorry, y'all, I'm with you, but yes.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, you want to read item L1, please?
Item L1 under ordinances is to introduce an ordinance for first reading, adding chapter 9.64 to the Richmond Municipal Code, which prohibits natural gas infrastructure in newly constructed buildings. The ordinance would take effect on January 1st, 2022.
Good evening, Mayor.
Staff report, go ahead, Lena.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members, Lena Velasco, Community Development Director. We also have Samantha Carr, Environmental Initiatives Manager, and Chris Gasanchoa was on, but I told him to go ahead and log off. So I'm going to do the presentation on our behalf. So next slide, please, Samantha. So this evening, we're introducing an ordinance that would prohibit natural gas infrastructure in newly constructed buildings, and the ordinance would become effective January 1, 2022. Next. So just as some way of background, on March 3rd, 2020, the City Council did adopt an ordinance that is known as an Energy Reach Code and did restrict sole fuel sources for newly constructed buildings. And recently in September of 2021, Councilmember Martinez presented a draft ordinance for staff to review and come back for the council's consideration. We've done that this evening, and we did propose some minor modifications to the ordinance, and I'll review those for the City Council this evening. Next slide. So as a summary, the proposed natural gas ban ordinance would ban all natural gas infrastructure for newly constructed buildings. that receive planning approvals, with very limited exceptions, which we'll review in a few slides. So some of the key differences between the Energy Reach Code and the proposed natural gas ban is they're both prohibit the use of natural gas in newly constructed buildings. And what really varies between the two ordinances are the exceptions that are allowed in each ordinance. The natural gas ban does go further than the Energy Reach Code. And so here on this slide, you can see what some of the key differences are. That the Energy Reach Code, which was adopted in 2020, allows gas infrastructure for cooking appliances as well as residential fireplaces. And the natural gas ban would no longer allow those exceptions. There was also certain exceptions that would be made upon certain findings in the Energy Reach Code for commercial kitchens, restaurants, HVAC units, and scientific labs, as well as public agency-owned emergency centers. Next slide. So these are the exceptions in the natural gas ban. The entitling body, which would either be the Design Review Board, Planning Commission, or City Council, would need to determine if there's a public interest to permit the new natural gas infrastructure within the newly constructed building. A determination could also be made that it's physically infeasible to construct an all-electric building, but those would be the only allowed exceptions within the natural gas ban. Next slide. Another key difference between the two ordinances is the Energy Reach Code was adopted as local amendments to the California Energy Code. The natural gas ban is using an alternative adoption method, which is really under the city's police powers to protect public health. So it's being proposed as part of the health chapter of the Richmond Municipal Code. The Energy Reach Code also includes a requirement for mandatory solar, which would remain and still be effective for all newly constructed buildings. Next slide. So some of the policy synergies between the natural gas ban is you can find within the general plan, the city's health and health policy, ordinance and strategy, as well as the climate action plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So staff's recommendation is to introduce the ordinance that would prohibit natural gas infrastructure becoming effective January 1, 2022. That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Questions from council members. Councilor McLaughlin. Councilor McLaughlin.
I'm sorry, my hand was up from the last thing. No question.
Councilor Bates.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question to staff: have you discussed this? I had an opportunity for the Council of Richmond Industries, the Chamber of Commerce, the 23rd Merchants Latino Association to give input into this new process?
Councilmember Bates, no, staff has not had enough time to do that. We were directed to come back to the city council.
You're dealing with businesses that have relationship with other businesses who may wish to come into this city. And you're telling me that you have such disrespect for the business community that you would just throw something on them without an opportunity for them to review it and have an opportunity to give their input? This is unconscionable. You're living in a community that have a lot of businesses that want to come into this community, and as a result, they should be at least asked and solicited their advice and recommendations. I don't understand it.
If I might.
Councilor Martinez, go ahead.
Yes. For Bates's enlightenment, I did present this September 21st which was over a month ago. So the business community, the Council of Industry, was aware that this was being looked at. And I'm sure that they watch city council meetings. I'm sure that they look at the agenda, because anytime something that they object to comes up, they are here and they are ready to speak to the item. And they send letters in voicing objection. So I believe that they have had ample opportunity to review this, because what I turned in is very much like what we have now. There's not much differences. And I'm sure that the Council of Industries is concerned, as we are, with climate change and with the health of our residents. We know that methane from fracking and leaks produces 25% or more potent releases in the atmosphere, and we know that Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory studies found that 60% of homes in California that cook at least once a week with a gas stove produce toxic levels of nitrogen dioxide. So I'm glad that this is part of the health climate initiative, because that's actually where it belongs. Our climate plan, when I've looked at it, has been more reactive, and I think that this ordinance moves us forward. So I want to thank staff for taking the time to make sure that the ordinance was in line with other city ordinances and code that we have. So thank you.
May I briefly respond, Mr. Mayor?
Well, let me call on the city manager. She's had her hand up, and then we'll come to you, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead, city manager.
Thank you. And I just want to assure Councilmember Bates that we are working on as council has directed us. And so our community development director would have taken on probably a different process if this was originally staff initiated or if there had been additional time. So it is not fair to chastise staff for how this came about. We are working under council direction to bring things back as directed.
Well,
go ahead.
With all due respect, Madam City Manager, to my distinguished colleague, and I consider my friend, Councilmember Eduardo Martinez, we all know for a fact that what individual council members, and in particular some of us council members, have to say does not resonate within the community. The only way you're going to get a response from the community is to reach out to them and say, look, we're having this discussion about X, Y, Z. And that is staff's responsibility to go and communicate with the various departments, the agencies and the businesses that are going to be affected. You don't just take a council member's word, go out and talk to the community. You all talk about transparency, getting people involved and letting people know what is going on. And this, you have not done an effective job. You say, oh, they heard it on the council meeting. How many people even watched the council meeting? Very few in terms of people that are affected. I know people that don't even look at the council meeting. And for you to cop out and say, well, we're following staff direction. Staff, you have a responsibility to respond to this community as well. They help pay your salary. Be respectful of them. The business community, we have 3, as I indicated: Chamber of Commerce, Council of Richmond Industry, the Latino 23rd Merchants, and others. And you ignore them and you don't communicate with them, you're derelict of your duties. And I don't care what you say. And go ahead and vote for it. I'm not supporting it anyway. Thank you.
Councilor Willis.
Yeah, 2 quick things. I did want to say this on the last item. I actually wanted to give appreciation to I don't think she's here anymore, but Miss Michelle Hayes, just for talking about having general respect and treating each other right, because I don't want new people coming to these meetings looking at our decorum and just going, oh, gee, it's like, doesn't make me feel good whenever people joke about our meetings. And I don't want to take away anything from previous comments said, but I do feel the need to kind of speak up for staff, because we kind of week after week tell them to crap out a miracle all the time. And we haven't necessarily given them a general direction or blueprint on things that we need to do. So I recognize the fact that staff is literally at capacity. And whenever we are dragging them down or putting them down in these meetings, it is actually affecting morale, and it makes people not really want to come to these meetings or even want to stay in the city of Richmond. So I hope we can just find a way just to communicate to staff and give them direction that doesn't demoralize them or makes them wish that they don't have to come to these meetings. Because if we really want real efficiency, real communication and outreach, we need to also just take responsibility in the type of morale that we're communicating and making sure that we're recognizing the limitations and getting creative on how we can achieve the goal without tearing each other down. But just my 2 cents, unrelated to the item currently.
So it's 11:30, so I'm going to have to take another vote to continue the meeting. This will require a supermajority. So do we have a motion?
I move that we finish this item.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Okay,
So we have to suspend the rules?
yes, well, yeah. You mean suspend the rules and finish this item, right?
Right,
Councilman?
yes.
Okay,
correct.
all right.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question before we vote?
Yeah, sure.
It's actually to the city clerk. How many speakers do we have left?
It looks like we have 6 and 7. I mean, it's growing. The list is growing.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay. You want me to take the vote now?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Bates,
Yes, for the sake of the speakers.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So before we go to the speakers, I support this. I think it's a good thing. It actually is consistent with strategy RE3 in our climate action plan, which says, I quote, promote conversion from natural gas to electricity, unquote. So the only comment I have is that we have not done a good job of updating our climate action plan, and I don't think we've done a good job of using it as the backbone for our sustainability endeavors. And I'm not really being critical in this, but once you have a strategy the city council has adopted, that's a policy. And at that point, it's an obligation of staff to carry that out. And I know we've been shorthanded. So again, I'm not trying to be overly critical, but in the best of all worlds, our staff would be going through this climate action plan constantly, or all the time, and looking at what kind of initiatives we can take to move it forward. So I just think this really ought to be done in the context of our climate action plan, and not as an individual ordinance that a council member had to go deal with. We've already adopted this policy, and again, I appreciate Councilmember Martinez doing this. I think it's a good thing, but this is not really a good way to carry out our climate action plan. We should be more proactive. Staff should be more involved in it. I remember when I did my State of the City presentation earlier this year, I asked staff for an update on the climate action plan, and they said they didn't have any. And so, you know, I had asked them early enough that they had a couple of months to scramble around and do some work on it. But if we've got this plan, that's our policy, we need to take it seriously. And we need to build on it and use it as the backbone of initiatives like this. So that's my comment. Let's call the public speakers.
Okay, we have 8 speakers: Andres Soto, Annie Kohut Frankel, Cheryl Davila, Floyd Andrews, Zay, Lisa Johnson, Claire Brown, Tarnell Abbott, and Melissa Yu. We'll start with Andres Soto. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Council Member Martinez, for bringing this forward, and the others for your support. And I urge that it be unanimously adopted. And we should remember, this is not a revolutionary act. This has already been adopted by several other cities here in the Bay Area. And as the mayor said, it's moving the city in the direction that has already been laid out. And I urge a unanimous aye vote.
Thank you. Next speaker is Annie Kohut Frankel. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, at least for a few more minutes. I'm a Richmond resident. I thank the council for introducing this ordinance and for the timely implementation date. Richmond, like the rest of the planet, will experience sea level rise, will experience hotter summers and more drought years, is experiencing the health impacts and social disruption of wildfires. We're in a sacrifice zone for the production of fossil fuels at the Chevron refinery. Richmond is fortunate in that many of our residents have fairly easy access to renewable, if not 100% solar electricity through our utility. Lower income homeowners in Richmond have free access to free solar panels to make their own electricity. I live in a home with an old gas water heater, a gas stove, an old gas wall heater. I wish it had been built for electric versions of all of those items because it's challenging and expensive to switch them out. I worry for the health of my family from indoor air pollution, in addition to the pollution outside from the refinery. It's literally the least we can do to say that when we build something new, it not be built to burn more methane gas. It's the least we can do to learn how to cook on a slightly different kind of stove. I think even the business community could learn to do that. Thank you for supporting this ordinance.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cheryl Davila. Cheryl, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you again, Council, for extending the meeting to hear this item and for all your work this evening. And thank you, Councilmember Martinez, for bringing this forward. This is very important. As you know, Berkeley did this a while ago, and now over 40 cities have also started to eliminate natural gas in new buildings. The health impacts will be significant with these changes for the future, especially in your community where, you know, health has been impacted by Chevron and the asthma rates are high. So I'll stop there, but I just wanted to state that I hope this gets a unanimous vote, and thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Floyd Andrews. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. It's good to be here. It's late. I won't speak long. I think people have highlighted all the benefits of this amazing ordinance. I just want to say it's great to see Richmond investing in the future and not getting stuck investing in old, outdated, very expensive infrastructure. It's really the way to move forward. So thank you all for hearing the ordinance today. And I really appreciate the positive reaction in terms of climate action proactivity within the city. And I'm happy to see that it might pass. Yay, thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker is Zay. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Wonderful. Hey, thank you so much. And good evening, Council. My name is Zai. I'm a climate campaigner at Stand.Earth, and I'm part of the Safe Cities movement. We represent like 100 Richmond residents, and a really special thank you to Councilmember Eduardo Martinez for his continued leadership and really prioritizing the health and safety of his constituents, in particular by introducing this proposed gas ban ordinance before us tonight, which we've waited so long for, and I'm so happy it's up. I also really applaud each of you for staying alert and listening to our comments so late in the evening. California has passed 50 of these gas bans so far. This is going to be able to stop new fossil fuel infrastructure in Richmond, including in low-income communities that are already suffering disproportionately greater impacts from pollution. And hey, Bates, in addition to this fulfilling RE3 of Richmond's climate action plan, this will actually really help small business owners and tenants save money because all electric buildings are actually really cheaper to construct and they're cheaper to operate than buildings with fossil fuel hookups. And we held a forum on this very topic that brought in dozens of Richmond residents and business owners. And these all electric buildings are not only cheaper, but they're also much more safe, which is kind of why my heart is in this personally. And with that, I really, Council, I'm asking you to kindly vote yes unanimously. Let's make this dream a reality for the community of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, Council and staff. I have a really quick question that I hope staff can address. If newly constructed complexes and businesses need backup generators, especially given a lot of the power issues we encounter in Richmond, many of those generators are advertised to run on propane or natural gas. So I would appreciate it if city staff could please comment on what this may mean for how backup generators would be plumbed for new construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Claire Brown. Claire, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, I'm Claire Brown, a Richmond resident, an economics professor at UC Berkeley, and a climate justice activist that's here to thank the City Council for all you've done in making Richmond green and to applaud that we are going to become an all-electric new construction advocate and city, because we know that already over 50 cities in California have passed ordinances to restrict gas usage, and Richmond's already taken the first step. So now's the time to make all new construction electricity only. It's a big win-win because it reduces the cost of construction, it reduces utility bills, it greatly reduces methane emissions, and it also really helps the health and safety of the people living in gas-free houses. Methane is extremely dangerous, toxic gas. And right now, COP reminds us, COP26, as it's going on, the world only has a decade to cut greenhouse gas emissions 50%. So this is a great day to ensure that Richmond is doing its part. So thank you, City Council members, for voting to electrify new construction.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Tarnell?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. And I thank you for bringing this item forward, Mr. Council Member Martinez, and I hope that you will all vote for it. I think it's really hard for us as an aging population. I'm speaking for myself, not some of you young whippersnappers there on council, to adjust to new technologies and new changes. But we have to accept the fact that on top of everything else, not only are we like losing the war in terms of the climate disaster, but we're running out of fossil fuels, and we have to find alternatives for the upcoming generations. And so, it's the right thing to do. And yeah, we may have to learn how to cook in different ways, or they have certainly come up with new forms of cooking tools that we can use. So let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Melissa Yu. Melissa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Melissa Yu, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club. I'll keep my comments short. We're really excited to hear the City of Richmond is considering this. Natural gas actually accounts for about 70% of Richmond's energy-related emissions, and addressing the challenges of climate change effectively and equitably depends on local action. So we really hope the City of Richmond will pass this ordinance unanimously and be a model city. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, Councilmember Bates, did you want to say something before we take a vote?
Yes, I want to clarify something. I don't think there was an intention on my part to discredit what Councilmember Martinez and others have brought forward. I know for a fact that with solar, my electric bill has dropped almost 1/3, and much of that is gas. However, it would have been nice if we've had the Council of Richmond Industries, the Chamber of Commerce, and the 23rd Merchants Group, who had been informed and educated, to come forward and give support for the same measure that obviously the majority of the council is ready to vote on. It's inclusionary, and more important, it's respect. And those are my reasons why I felt that staff had a responsibility to reach out, irrespective of what the council want to do. Reach out to the community and show respect to them. And their position most likely would have been supportive. And it would have been nice if we had a complete, inclusive, and conclusive support for this project. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have a motion? Motion by Martinez, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Willis.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Let's call a roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Well, I think that brings us to the end of our agenda. Before we adjourn, I want to adjourn this meeting in memory of Henry, nicknamed Hank LaRue Royal, longtime employee of Congressman George Miller, recently passed away at the age of 85. Known for his commitment and dedication, Hank served as a congressional caseworker and liaison for over 30 years. We extend our deepest condolences to the royal family.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
May I piggyback on that? I also echo your respect and regard to Hank Ram, who was a personal friend and did a fantastic job for George Miller. I also want to make notice that you and I had an opportunity to attend a memorial for Gene Knox last Wednesday. And I've asked the KCTR to do a research on an interview that I conducted with the Knox family. And I think out of honoring both John and Jim and Gene, KCRT graciously have indicated that starting next Monday, they're gonna broadcast that interview for the general public. People of that stature who contribute so much to this city, I think are worthy of being recognized a little bit different. And I want to thank KCRT, Sue, and Richard for researching and bringing that forward and presenting it for a few more times starting next Monday. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Bates. And I do have memorial service information for Hank Royal. I'll read this. The funeral is going to be November the 5th at Refuge Community Fellowship, 104 Lincoln Road East in Vallejo. Quiet hour, November 4th, 3 to 6 p.m. Wiggins Mortuary, 524 Capitol Street, Vallejo. And that's all the other information I have. Anybody else have anything for the good of the order before we adjourn?
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank Ms. Alana Bowles for holding a wonderful Halloween celebration this weekend at Crescent Park. And Michelle Milam for participating and helping out. And I was there, and there was others, great speakers talking to the kids and lots of games. And this is the kind of community organizing work that we need. So thank you to Ms. Alana Bowles for carrying this torch.
Okay, thank you. So with 9 minutes to go before midnight, we are adjourned.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Happy
Good night.
Wednesday.
Good night, everyone. Thank you so